Hello. Oh, I didn't run my test. I don't think I even have YouTube set up. Test. That worked. Hang on. Maybe YouTube chat works? I don't know. That was bad. Yeah, Twitch chat does not. Hi, Macabre Man. Nice to see you. Give me like 1 second. In case you can't tell, I am very, very sick today. Yeah, which is exactly what it sounds like. Alright. Let's try another test. And let me see. There we go. Now we got the little bubbles back. Okay. Now I gotta go fix YouTube. So I have to manually open the way this this plugin works with like the little pop-up stuff. Come on. The way my mouse doesn't work is that it looks at the actual like stream and everything, and then it looks at a panel of the live chat. Here we go. There we go. And it uses that in order to like capture the chat messages as they're passing by. So I have to open. There we go. There's our YouTube. I have to open each of them. That was a really long and convoluted say. Mark Ross says, maybe? Yes! It works. Okay. Also, hi Marco. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm sick. And I'm gonna see you tomorrow. So, sorry. I'm probably gonna wear a mask on the airplane, but probably not so much at RubyConf. So that's gonna be fun. Let me tell you a little bit about what we're working on today. PR Heim Prime 89 says, hello, hello, hello. We got some flaky generator specs again. We have 2 new issues, one for the involvements and then one for the sponsors, which we can see over here. Here's our involvements and here's our sponsors, and we're gonna squash those. Mike Ross says, generators? I know a flaky test in the generators, who can imagine? I'm gonna have like a whole section to talk about this that's basically like, this is why this is so hard. And this is, yeah, annoying. But yeah, it's the whole deleting files thing, because we have all of these really cool tools in the Ruby world that isolate the test database, and we mostly just use a different folder for files, but we have to manually clean up afterwards. What I could probably do, and will probably work really well, is if I just had like around the entire run. No, it's the parallelization. The problem is the parallelization. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how we did this with databases so it works. Then again, there are flaky tests with database tests too. So anyway, I'm gonna go look at the sponsor generator. And then, if that doesn't take too long, and I don't think it will, because I feel like we've got this like generator test thing down pat. I've probably just made a mistake. We're gonna create a speaker from the talk generator if the speaker is missing. Mark Ross says, can you have all generators take a path argument like get C? So all of the generators, this is actually kind of like, I'm gonna open up the involvements generator. All of the generators have this like source root, and this maps where the files are supposed to come from and where they're supposed to go. And then in our test, come on, involvements generator test. Here it is. At the top, we have this destination. So we've actually already defined a different path for all of the generators. So each of them is in their own special folder where we say all of the involvements are going to be in temp generators involvements. Then what I do is I further specify, hey, take this destination route and put it in a different event. That way when I go in to delete it, I'm deleting a different one. And I'm actually specifying the file path when I do the validated and everything. So yeah. And okay, so this one is 2026. This one is 2025. This one is XORuby 2026, which should be different from XORuby Salt Lake City 2026. This one is 2027. This one is 2028. They're all different. All right, let's go take a look at our flaky spec. Brian says, is it for generating mock data? Oh, hang on. Mark Ross says, couldn't you pass a new mktmpdir to destination? Theoretically, yes. What would that do, though? Would each of them have a different temp directory, then? No, I don't want this version. Also, Prime says, is it for generating mock data for TestDB? So generators in Rails are generally for like creating files that are going to exist in the code base from here on out. In our case, the generators that we're building support the data files that are inside Ruby events. So for example, I'm talking about these XORuby events. This would be the example of an XORuby involvement. So we see we have an organizer, Jim Remzik, an organization, Flagrant, and we have some volunteers. And then if I come over to rubyevents.org and we take a look at XORuby, I'm just gonna pick a random one. I'm going to a XORuby, not the one that I said, because I don't remember which one I said. We see organizers, Jim, and Flagrant. This is 2026, so they don't have the volunteers yet. Success Rails time! How are you doing? I'm really sick. I have a headache and my nose is snuffly. So like, as those in the stream will know, I have 2 kids. We got this suction-y thing for the kids, right? Because like the little squeezy bulb thing was just really hard and really painful. So we got a little electric one with like a push button. And I used that and it just everything out of my nose. I strongly recommend it for kids. As an adult, it kind of like took some of it. Took says, no way, it's the second time, no? The second time what? It's definitely not the second time I've been sick. Electric nose suction. This is, I should not be Googling this. I don't know how this is gonna go. Ah, I think it went well. Yeah, good. Not this one. Nasal aspirator. Not this one. Nosebot. Let me see. Do they have debates? Like this one. It's like this one, but a little less weird, honestly. Yeah. It's kind of like that one, but less weird. It's like a little chunky one. Took says, been sick. I get sick a lot. I get sick a lot. Anyway, that's what the involvements file is all about. That's what our generators are all about, is making it easier for people to generate these files, generate them with the correct format, and make it a little bit easier. Because then we have like these clear parameters that are like, just fill in some of these and we'll do the rest. Okay. Yeah, so my first pass, I don't see any overlap in the files. So it's gonna say no such file or directory with rbsys open for XORuby Austin 2025. Okay. XORuby Austin 2025. So we ran the generator with XORuby Austin 2025. We have a name organizer and organization's Flagrant, another org. And then when we went to go delete it, it was gone. And here's kind of like the weird part is I do like a file.delete. So let me see. I'm gonna guess that this was actually in the validation maybe. Oh, this is interesting. So this was actually in add involvement entry. Akash Chapadandi says, what's up? What's up? What's up? Prime says, interesting. Thank you. So this is not actually an error with our test. This is an error that occurred inside of the generator itself. So I'm just gonna run this one. Because what this is saying is that it attempted to add an entry and the file did not exist. So, oh, and here's the other thing that I kind of want to look at. So the first run creates the file with 1 involvement, that's 100. The second one is 107. So let me see whether this was triggered by add involvement entry. I have 33. I have 32. I have 132. No, this is weird. No, that's right. No, this is odd. So this is the involvement generator test, line 32. Oh. Yes. Okay, never mind. I was just completely off there. Okay, so we're gonna run generator event exit Ruby Austin. So here's my theory. Maybe it's not finding the correct event series. So I do event directory involvements.yaml. These are my attributes. Ensure file exists. So I template header.yaml.tt involvements file path, which is this one, unless the file already exists. And it shouldn't. I haven't made it yet. Okay, let me go in here. Now, who could possibly be generating this? Bin, Rails, test. Okay, I'm just gonna say it right now. We're not gonna get to the speakers. We're not gonna get to the speakers. Yeah, I'm calling that one right now. Okay, so this is 5 runs. Everything passed. Everything succeeded. Ah! It's prepare destination! It's prepare destination. It's prepare destination. Okay. Prepare destination is an evil little terror that deletes the whole folder. Let me get rid of it. I think I wanted to try it, but I think I had to delete it and everything else. Yeah, it clears all files and directories in the destination. So it's gonna go in here and it's gonna delete that. And I'm just gonna double check. Destination. Yeah, there's nothing in this one. Ah, that is what it is. Both of you have prepare destination. I hate my life. Okay. Oh, maybe we will make it to the sponsors. To the speakers. We're gonna do a get switch -c and we're gonna make a new branch. Flaky generator tests. I'm really tempted to try the thing. Mark says write a linter rule for that. I'm just imagining like RubyConf generators test. And RubyConf's generators are spec. Or like a custom Rails one. But the thing is, most people probably do use prepare destination because it deletes the whole folder. Please give me the zip I need. Okay. Here's how I'm gonna test this. I'm gonna run all of the lib tests. Like 3 times. Makarov says, I wrote one for Yerba. What linter rule did you write for Yerba? Where is the Yerba linter rule? I want to lay down and die. My face is so stuffed up. Or YAML, I should say. Oh, Yerba is the linter rule you wrote. An entirely new library for creating and modifying and checking YAML files. That's different. That's very flexible. This would very much be like, for this one specific project, do not put prepare destination. Because like I'm fine with the prepare destination in here with the test with no test. No inside Ruby events. Okay, let me see. What is this? Yeah, the schema export failed. So here's the thing. For some reason, the time zones are out of sync. So like the ones that we have on Ruby events are different from the ones that I have on my machine and on my MacBook and possibly everyone's machines. Micro says, that's what I mean, a specific rule that catches setup, prepare destination, and test. I don't know. Definitely not today. Today I'm just gonna run the lib test 3 times. Actually, I'm curious, how do y'all go about testing flaky tests and making sure that they're not flaky anymore? Most of the time I just make sure that they pass and send them on to CI, and if they pass CI, then I'm like, I either got lucky or this flake is fixed. And then if it doesn't work, I just do another one. I'm gonna commit while we do this. Git commit -pm. Prepare destination. I'm just gonna do git commit -p. Yes. Where's the other one? I deleted it from sponsors too. Oh, I didn't save it here. There we go. Okay. Remove prepare destination. Micro says push and pray and see if it comes up again in a week. Yeah! Yeah, exactly. That's what I do too. Alright, let's see. I want to remove prepare destination. So prepare destination deletes all files in the destination directory before running the generator tests. Okay. This would be fine if we were running the tests. What's the word for in order? Synchronously? Synchronously? What's the word for in order? I'm gonna put in order. Or in isolation. Sequentially! Thank you. sequentially. Yes. This would be fine if we were running the test sequentially or in isolation. But because they're running in parallel, they keep deleting each other's files. Which is just like so rude. This would be fine if we were running the test sequentially or in isolation, but because they're running in parallel, they keep deleting each other's files. I want to try the temp directory thing. I actually really want to try that. I think that's cool. Okay. Because they're running in parallel, they keep deleting each other's files. Yeah. I think if these parallel test runs were on different workers, it would be fine. But they're not. Yeah. Mark Roth says, does it run the destination for each test case or once per test file? It's gotta be per test file. Don't you think? No, not per test file. It's gotta be per test case. It's gotta be per test case, otherwise they wouldn't be deleting each other. It would just empty it once and then run the others. It's gotta be per test case, yeah. Okay, that finished and it's happy. Oh, it didn't finish. Oh no, that's fine. I should actually check and see if these are running. I'm gonna try this temp directory thing because I think it'll help. I think I still have to remove the prepare destination, but then I think the make tempter should work. If I make a tempter, I don't think I need prepare destination. Rugman! Hi! Wait, no, hang on. Let me try that again. Rugman! Hi! Might be worth to check with the binding.irb. Where would I put the binding.irb? Also, do I have a cat? I have a cat. Hey, Rubes, come here. Yeah, you. Come here. Come here. You're gonna kill me. I don't have any, like, oxygen right now. It's just like nothing's getting through my nose. And your fur is gonna clog out the tiniest little trickle that I have. Oh my gosh, you're so warm though and so fuzzy. Alright. Rugmat says, did I hear frogmat? Yes. Ah, space. That's right. Yeah. Space mat. Okay. Let me think about this a little bit. Yeah, so what I want to do is I want to read the documentation for tempter. Mark Ross says destination binding.irb or something. I could just do a puts, couldn't I? I could just do like a puts and. Here's the setup, prepare destination. Or I could Google. Hang on. Let me come back over here. Git commit -p -amend -no edit. I know, I brought you over here and then I snuggled you for a minute and then I just like dropped you. Yeah, you poor cat. Yeah, because that's setup, prepare destination. That looks like it's like a method taking an argument. Why does it look like it's a place that I can inject something? How often does setup run in mini test? I don't want API doc. I want the real deal. Fine, I'll go to API doc. Runs before every test. Use this to set up before each test run. Yeah, so it runs before every test. There you go. And yeah, I know it says it got deleted, but I don't care. That's enough of an answer for me about the goal of it. If we had just one test, I think it'd be fine, but I don't. Okay, make tempter. This is not make tempter. This is make tempter, but this is the old version. I don't want the old version. Make tempter Ruby docs. No, not you, API doc. The new one. This is 3. I want 4. Make tempter Ruby docs 4.0. No, let's do that 4.0. Why are you this way? There are people that have like plugins and stuff to take them to the right thing. Like they're like, I know where I want to go. They know they want to go to docs Ruby Lang. Okay. So they have stuff so that it just magically goes to this one instead of all the other ones. Susan the Nerd says Brave is just as bad as Google search. Brave search is worse than Google search. Minecraft says there's a good chance it hasn't changed since Ruby 2.0. I still want the new one. I want the new one. Where... Also, this one is prettier. I like this one. Okay. We're gonna read this. dir.mktempdir creates a temporary directory. The directory is created with 0700 permission. Application should not change the permission to make the temporary directory accessible from other users. The prefix and suffix of the name of the directory is specified by the optional first argument prefix suffix. If it is not specified or nil, D is used as the prefix and no suffix is used. If it is a string, it is used as the prefix and no suffix is used. If it is an array, the first element is used as the prefix and the second element is used as a suffix. The directory is created under dir.tempdir or the optional second argument tempdir if non-nil value is given. If a block is given, it is yielded with the path of the directory. The directory and its contents are removed using fileutils.remove entry. Before dir.maketempdir returns, the value of the block is returned. I think this is the tricky part. I would need to open the temp directory, do all my stuff inside it, and then close the block. Because you see they do like this dir open something using the file. And the thing is, somebody has already figured out how to test the generator with this destination situation. Margaret says, only if you pass a block. No? Okay. Okay, let me see. If a block is not given, the path of the directory is returned. In this case, dir.mktmpdir doesn't remove the directory. Then how does the directory get removed? Where does it get removed? Macra says you have to. I'm already removing the directory. Okay, advantages. I don't have to care about which one I'm doing. I do have to delete it myself. Prepare destination does nothing for me. Because there's nothing in the directory. Where do I remove it? Do I care if I remove it? Do I care if I remove it? Mark Ross says it just gives you a guaranteed isolated directory that doesn't conflict with anything else. I'm thinking through that part. I like that part. I could... Can I do like temp generators and then a temporary directory? How has nobody thought of this yet? Like, what? Why wouldn't somebody have like added a flag? Yeah, so it's like file.expand path, temp dir, ooh. Susan the Nerd says watching on YouTube but commenting on Twitch just because Twitch is buffering a lot. You know, I'm thinking about this. Having two streams does mean that I'm insulated against platform issues on either one of them. That's pretty nice. I know this seems very random, and it is, but I just saw my pins. I'm gonna take a Timbuktu bag to RubyConf, and I can't figure out where to put pins on my bag. I don't know if I can. Maybe I can't put pins on my bag. Okay. Do I want to just collect files from my generators? I'm already deleting them. This just means I don't have to do the 2021, 2022, any of that stuff. Like, what if I... Okay, hang on. Make dir, make temp dir. Where did you go? Make temp dir. When do you get deleted? How do you get deleted? Do I have to specify it? Can I set destination for each? Nah, it's the run generator that's using the destination. Wait! Micro says you manually deleted. I know you said that already. I was just really hoping there was some magic garbage collection that was in the documentation. If I set this, oh no, it will be a new temp dir. how do I delete it? In GitHub Actions, I don't really care. Locally, I kind of care. I'm running them in parallel. So I don't want to delete the folder in like a spec helper. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna sit here. Doot. Temp directory. Let's call this mktmpdir. Mktmpdir. Okay. What if we create a temporary directory for generated files? Pros. No longer have to worry about event conflicts. Destination directories dir make temp dir or something, and then tear down, go over all of them and delete them. Maybe? Susan the Nerd says the temp directory is also auto-deleted on Linux after each reboot. Not on all distros, but most of it. That's cool. I like that. Right now they are going into the temp directory. I don't have to worry about it on GitHub Actions. I'm gonna have notes. No worries on GitHub Actions. All files are deleted. All files end up deleted. No longer have to worry about event conflicts. That's if it makes a new directory for each one. Cons. How to delete temp directory to file run. Do I have destination? Hang on. I need something special from the Rails guides. Rails guides. Why am I getting a Mongolian cashmere cardigan sweater in heather gray? It's okay. Oh, it's Quince. Rails guides, generators. This is this one. What I need is a very special command from testing generators, which is this Rails log to standard out true. Yeah. This is the LMAO, right? It's just like random. Okay. Test. Bash. No, I copied it. This is criminal. This is unfair. This should be illegal. There we go. And then I just want bin Rails test lib. And then I just want generators. Generators. Man, robots don't get sick. Quote star yank yank. Okay. I no longer have to worry about event conflicts. How to delete the temp directory after the file run. Alright, I got this. I got this. I didn't put the binding.irb in it yet. Okay. I keep trying to switch application tabs when I really want to switch VS Code tabs. I told my Susan the Nerd says there are computer viruses too, you know. That's the solution to AI. Lots of computer viruses. Okay. I'm gonna do binding.herb. Binding.irb. Not herb, that's different. Herb. Herb. Do I want to do all of these, or do I want to do like just involvements? I think I want to do just involvements. I might even want just that test. Is that a, that's not the real command. What's the real command? I'll just run all of them. It's fine. It's fine. Here are the things that I want to see. I want to know what destination root is. I want to know what destination is. So like if I do destination root, what is this? So this is a path name to Rails temp generators involvements. Theoretically, I can delete the whole directory by deleting destination root if I do that. And I think I can do that in a teardown command. And then I wouldn't need that. Micross says, I heard people pronounce IRB as herb a lot. Herb. Herb. It's like Irvin or Irwin. Herb. Urban. Herb. Okay. Yeah, I think this should work. Here's what I'm gonna do. File, no, folder, dir, dot, remove dir, destination, root. Aw, bummer. Directory not empty. Okay, is there a way to force it? I bet there is. I bet I even know how to do it. Hang on, quit. That's fine. Control tick. Here's the thing. When I do the events, I need to create 2 files. So I actually have that set up already. So I'm going to do event generator test. And so I do rmrf. So I do file utils rmrf file.dirname file path. Okay. So let's try this again. Macross says, I think the doc says file utils.remove entry. They did. They did. Okay. File utils dot remove. No, rmrf. I can just, I bet there's a million different ways to do it. Destination root. Good job. File dot exists file path. File dot open. File dot new file path dot exists. No such file. Good job, me. Okay. So many files. Okay, let's go over here. I'm gonna close all these. Keep that open. Keep that open. I'm gonna go find temp. Cause the thing is, like, we're making these files all the dang time. Oh no, I need to keep that open. No, I don't need to keep that open. I need to keep this open. I don't want this one. I don't want any of this. I'm gonna close this entire data folder, and this is gonna like half the size of this. Yep, see? You see that doubled the size of my scroll bar. I'm gonna close app and the same thing's gonna happen. Then I'm gonna close dev container too. Okay, where's my temp directory? Here it is. Here is generators. Do you see all these? I'm gonna delete all these folders. I'm gonna run this, and it's gonna make all the folders. Now, if we look here, all the folders are back. All of the subfolders are back. All of their little subfolders and stuff. This we'll just do quick. You're good. There they go. Look at all of these folders and files and stuff. This one apparently is still here. You're not supposed to be there. I don't know why you're there. Oh, it's there because the test wasn't done running. It's there because the test was still running. Whoops, my bad. Okay, all of these should be gone. I'm gonna look first at the involvements ones. We have all of these. I should not have those anymore after I go into here and I make this destination. Shoot, how do I do this? dir.makedir. Well, where's the string? Come on. Where is the little prefix rest? What is rest? Options. Dir is something something foo. Foo bar. Remove entry dir. Okay, so we're gonna do dir. Make temp dir. This doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel right. I'm gonna put a binding.irb in here. Binding.irb. Deluxe new, hello. And they speak English. Automod did not like your other message, Deluxe new. I hope you are being kind. Yeah, let me run this. I don't think this is gonna work. Macro says you don't think you I don't think you strictly need an argument. Yeah, probably not. Yeah, I didn't like that prefix. I just want to know where it is so I can confirm that it gets deleted. You know what I mean? I guess I can just make this involvements. I'm gonna make this involvements generator. That way when we see it, we're gonna be like, I know who that is. And there, and now I'll know where it is. Okay, it's gonna run. Macross says you could also add an around each hook that collects them, or delete them in the after hook. I think I should be able to use teardown and destination root. That's why I'm kind of like poking this and seeing if it works. This would be much easier if I were just only running the involvement generator test, which is what I will do next. Yeah, so if I look at destination root. Oh, it's like in temp. Okay, that's super easy to find. Hang on. I'm gonna delete this permanently. Okay, so here's temp. It's no longer in generators. It's in... No, this is weird. Where did it go? It's not here. It's not here. Cache? No. See, that's temp. Oh, it's not Rails temp. It's just temp. Where is temp? I'm gonna go find this. Is this at like root or something? LS temp. Oh, I need LA. Yeah. Where is this? Okay, so it did find this folder. Where are you? Where are you? What are you? Oh, I got this piece. What is this? Yo, what is all this? Dev container stuff. Is putting the temp directory. Regardless, it's the OS temp. I don't like that. I'm not into that. This is what Susan was saying was deleted. Yep. Yeah, it's weird. I don't think I like that. This is the prefix. Does it allow me to specify which directory it goes into? I think it does. Tempdir if a the directory is created under dir.tempdir or the optional second argument tempdir if a non-nil value is given. Okay. So the second argument that I'm looking for here is probably Rails root. Right? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I need the 2S. That's what I need. I'm gonna make this just generator. Generators. And then this is gonna be involvements. Mark Ross says, I think that's what you want though. Otherwise you have this weird side effect again where it might exist in your get ignored Rails temp directory. That's what I want. I want it to be in my get ignored Rails temp directory. So if I'm debugging, I can like look at it, poke at it. And if I'm having like failed test runs, I don't want to be like filling up someone's like real OS temp directory, you know what I mean? Hundatic says, good evening. Good evening, Hundatic. Good is relative, maybe? Yeah, I think so. Okay, let me come back over here. Dir. Remove entry. Destination root. I didn't like that. I thought that's, no, is it file utils? It's file utils. Susan Leonard says, people really don't care about temp. I care about temp, and I'm people. Did it work? Okay. I don't know if it worked. It didn't work, it's still here. Let me try running this again now that I've modified it. Oh, that's right. I said I was only gonna run the one test this time. Did I remove the binding.irb? I bet I did. I didn't! Oh, good job, me. Destination route. Yeah! I love it. Perfect. Schizophrenic web developer says, is it temp or temp? Or is temp temperature and temp temporarily? Who come up with this temp name for a folder on a computer? Is it temp temperature and temp temporarily? Came up with this TMP name for a folder on a computer. Henetic says, I wonder what you think about USR and user. What if all of the startup companies where they like chopped out the vowels and everything? Like this is where it started. Megra says, I'd go with temperature. Yeah, but you use Celsius. I don't even know what that means. I just think it's funny. Okay. Hang on. Destination route. Good. I think maybe. Let me temp generators. Yeah, here it is. Look, there it is. It's right there. Okay, perfect. This is perfect because now I can test it. Nice and easy. Yeah. Go. Good job. Okay. I'm gonna delete this whole folder. Okay. No, get rid of this. Chris says that didn't make sense. Anatix is nice. Nice. Yes. I used to try and like group the people who came by stream into like different categories and stuff. The chaos group will be very, very happy this stream. Okay, let me think. I need to do a teardown, and in my teardown, I delete destination route. I no longer need this. That's not a thing. Still need the yield. Maybe I don't. I still like it. No, maybe I don't. Is it teardown? Well, and now this is just like validate involvements file. Instead of this, I do yeah. Like that. Okay. Yeah, I don't need this one. Okay, and this is remove entry. Why am I removing an entry? Susan says, Unix POSIX created this. Hanatix says, are you a bit sick by the way? Yes, I am coming back. I am going to RubyConf tomorrow at like the crack of dawn. It's gonna be dark when I leave my house. This is gonna be really rough. Megara says, do you really still need that eliminate hook? I don't think so. I was just deleting it. Adenum says, hi Chael, how are you doing today? Welcome to the stream. Thank you, Adenum. Welcome to the stream to you too. Susan the Nerd says, in my opinion, FHS does a poor job at organizing files. Those are fighting words. Hanatic says, oh, hope you get well soon. I'm just gonna pack lots of tissues, and if I run out of tissues, I'm gonna go buy more. Schizophrenic web developer says, yeah, thanks. Ah, and I can look, hey, I just had a thought. So before conferences, sometimes I build out a map of all of the places that are gonna be around the conference, and I did that for this one. I should go put a pharmacy on the map. Oh my god, I just remembered that I already put a pharmacy on the map. I'm on top of things. Oh, past me is looking out for current me like hardcore. Why do I want remove entry? What does remove entry even do? What does remove entry do? I don't want remove entry. I want to delete this thing. I want it to not exist. Oh, that's in a different thing. Hang on. Okay, it removes the entry given by path, which should be the entry for regular file, a symbolic link, or directory. Argument path should be interpretable as a path. Argument force specifies whether to ignore raised exceptions of standard error and its descendants. I don't know what removing an entry means. Oh, I want to read this. Remove dir removes a directory and its descendants. Removes an entry, including its descendants if it is a directory. Removes a file entry. Oh, this is like which one it does. Oh, okay. RMRF. RM tree like RMR, but removes forcefully. I get it now. Remove directory is when you're like, I only want to remove the directory. Remove file is when you're like, I know this is going to be a file and I want to remove it. And Kimlik says, past Chael likes future Chael. Is it possible to learn this power? So one of the things that I like to tell myself is like, I'm setting myself up for success. Macross says, get ready for the super hot, super cold switching when entering and leaving buildings in Vegas. AC Fever Ahoy! Is that AC Fever Ahoy? Is that the AC thing where like... I'm gonna rephrase this. Do you think that too much AC will get you sick? Like switching temperatures too quickly will get you sick? And I brought a coat. Hanatic says, I had a similar app idea to your Meet Another Day project, and reading the homepage makes me think I feel called out. Which one? Which part of it? I need to retire Meet Another Day. I'm paying like $30 a month. This one? Where it's like you meet someone cool at a conference and you want to meet up again, but you don't remember their name. All of this functionality, by the way, has been folded into Ruby events. Hanatic says, these are all the problems I had that make me want to make this an app. Hanatic says, yep. Yeah. I did such good copy. The original version of this was really bad. And Kimlik says, what are you paying $30 a month for? Heroku and Render. My battle sneaks on Heroku, and I'm paying like 20-something to render. Mark Ross says, I feel like I do, especially since it's been 116 degrees Fahrenheit yesterday. Yeah, those temperatures. I'm trying to make fun of the missing E. Temperatures. Which is funny because you were making fun of the missing E's. Anyway. I don't want you here. I know I invited you earlier, but that was just for rug mat. And you're so fuzzy. And you're gonna make me sniffly. Anakin says meow. Hanutik says, my idea is more of a mobile app, as I think I have push notifications would be nice for this idea. I didn't start working on the app though. Hanutik says that's a problem for future me. Susan the Nerd says, I'm surprised each time I hear that Heroku still exists. Yeah, it does. Be right back. Gonna rename Yerban Herb. Okay, Anakin Luke says meow. Anakin Luke also says meow. Hang on a second. That's a goat. You're supposed to say meh. Susan the Nerd says meow. Anakin Luke says meow. Schizophrenic web developer says, I think getting sick is a feeling because your body is fighting against some microorganisms in your body. Yes. Yes. I'm now confused. I think it's really bad that my first theory was that you were a robot schizophrenic web developer and not that you were like trying to figure out the language or something. Anakim looks says your body is microorganism. Inaccurate. I am a macroorganism. Look at that. Macroorganism. This should work. Susan the Nerd says you can get push notifications on Android from a web app as well. I would love that. I love that. That's cool. Okay. I put so much work into making these a thing, and now it doesn't matter. Okay, I'm gonna de-indent this. What are you doing? I said de-indent. You, sit. Oh, I need to do... Okay. Yes? Yeah, okay, good. The AI found it. Thank you. Why am I gonna delete temp files? That's not accurate. You're not needed. Nor are you. Nor are, where did it go? All of these need to have this test. So I need like 2 yank. Just right here at the end, validate the file. Right here at the end. Yeah, validate the file. I mean, I was putting a space. You don't like spaces? I like spaces. AI doesn't like spaces. It has no taste. You like spaces that time. Why? RubyConf will sort it out. Okay. I got all this. I wish I could just run this on all of them. Can I run this on all of them? Can I just do it in the after? I need the file path. Microprocess spaces are better than tabs. I need to make a teardown. Where tear down. Oh, that's so much better. I like that. Yeah, that looks good. I'm happy with that. Get rid of this thing. Yeah, I don't need that. Look at that one-liner. Real nice. Real pretty. Tear down file utils, remove entry, destination root. I like it. I like it a lot. Let me get in here. I'm gonna run all of these tests, and I'm gonna watch this folder while I do. Why did you break? Oh, come on. This is dumb. I'm just gonna RubyConf it. I'm gonna standard RB it. And Denim says, I'm happy with that. Hanatic, why'd you unfollow? Anakin Luke says, I'll mention you could host Matt on a tiny GCM VM for free. It doesn't have many active users. I don't like effort. Schizophrenic web developer says, adding spaces makes your file size bigger. Hanatic says, I never followed. Why didn't you follow, Hanatic? No, hang on. I'm not gonna be one of those streamers. I'm not gonna be one of those streamers. Hanatic has been liking the times I visited here, so might as well follow. I've seen you here enough times that I thought that you were. Hanatic says all good is funny to me. So I gotta, what's the thing I gotta do? What is this? Unexpected token in. No, I have to fix it myself. Why I gotta fix it myself? Why did I do this to myself? I didn't have to do this. Nobody told me to do this. Okay. I'm just gonna fold these up into little boxes. Fold. Fold. Okay, you got all your ends. Do you got all your ends? Yeah. Here's your end. Wait. Wait, you're the extra end. Yeah, and so then this one gets indented. I guess you can be the end if you want. And then this just becomes deleted. Why are you so in? Why are you so in? Oh, you're supposed to be there. Yeah, and then all of you are supposed to be further back. Okay. I'm gonna go fix all these. Okay. Get out of here. Assert nothing raised. Get out of here. No one's right. No one's right. Okay. Now I can standard RB it, and everything should just... My grass is gonna have to earn that follow. Ugh. Anakin Luke says, meow. Stop using AI. Hang on. Let me click this. Stop using AI. It says, ooh, Ruby. Thank you. Hi. Have you been here before? Denim says line 20. Ooh, we got a line number. Let's check this out. Line 20. Let's open it up. I'm gonna guess that was a previous one. Oh, I have to fix. I wish I could just detect whether I'm in like a CI or test environment or whether I'm in development. And if I'm in development, it just fixes it. But I know why people don't want that. I know people want control over like when it runs. Well, and I think it should, well, I don't know. All right, let's look at this. Check, check, check. Looks good. This one, spacious. This one, squished. This one, squished. This one, spacious. Spacious. Okay. I find that funny. Okay, that works. Let me run the tests. Macros all that manual work. And Alex says chills on hardcore meds. I'm not on any medication right now. I just have the sniffles. I just have a cold. I'm just like upset that this is doing this. dir.makedir. No such file or directory at dir s makedir. You're makedir. If you don't have one, just make it. Is it because this doesn't exist? That's dumb. You mean like what? I don't wanna... Do I have to like make temp generators? I guess. Don't love that. I don't know why I wouldn't just make it. Okay, we'll do temp. Generator. It'll flatten it out a bit, but that's fine. I would prefer it all be in a folder, but if I want that, I'd probably have to either like create it on every run or put it in the thing, and I don't want to deal with that. Ah! It deleted it! Did you see? Did you see? Okay, okay. Watch right here. This is the temp directory. We're gonna run it. Watch right here. There it is. And it deletes it! Wait. It only made one. No. It only made one. 5 tests in a single process. Parallelization threshold is 50. Hang on. I'm gonna run all the generators. I'm gonna run everything in lib. Let's watch, let's watch, let's watch. Come on. There's one. Aww. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Luke spacious. Hunter says chills on hard code. Hardcore mode. Hardcore mode. Anakin Luke, Mom, where did deleted files go? They're gone. I don't love this. I'm very unhappy. I loved this and now it's no. Schizophrenic web developer says, how does VS Code update the file system structure instantly on the app? Did they do polling? I don't know. All I know is that I introduced flaky tests. The reason I introduced flaky tests is because the destination appears to be for all of the tests. It doesn't appear to make a new directory for each one, which is not what it was supposed to do. Are they on a farm? I'm so sorry to tell you this, but all of the old files actually get recycled. We take the old files and we grind them up in order to make new files. My girl says, I think if you did something like this, you could get rid of path joining at the start of the test. Oh wait, you're in YouTube. Wait, which one are you in? No, you're back in Twitch. You're in both chats. Thank you for increasing my numbers. Okay, what is this? Wait, I need to copy this and show everybody. Is everything so slow? Okay, schizophrenic web developer says, I found the answer. VS Code doesn't watch your files. It has your operating system do it. Modern OS kernels have built-in subsystems specifically designed to monitor file system changes. When you open a workspace, VS Code registers the project directory with the OS kernel using native APIs. macOS, FS Events, Linux, iNotify, Windows, read directory changes. The kernel keeps track of the file allocation table. Anakin Luke says, I'm never deleting a file again. McGraw says, oh, never mind. You also need it in a cert file. Let me see this anyway. Okay. This. No longer have to worry. Okay. Notes. Oh. Creates one temp directory per test. Per test file. Delete using destination root. And teardown. Smiley face. Okay. Assert valid involvements. Files equals dir destination root /* involvements.yaml. Refute empty files. No involvements.yaml files found in destination root. Files.each file path. Validate involvements file path. Oh, I see. So I can just do that. Yeah, that'd be nice. Identim says, isn't the directory deleted before the tests finish using it? I don't think so. I'm only deleting the daemons to keep myself safe. And it can look meow. Schizophrenic web developer says, why do you use Brave web browser instead of Google Chrome web browser? I want Chrome to be afraid. Right now, they're out there and they're like, we're gonna introduce sandbox cookies. We're gonna do like all this stuff. We're gonna like try and dominate the browser market. And we know that we've dominated the browser market, so we're gonna start enshittifying the product. I want them to be scared. I want them to see that they are no longer the dominant browser and go back to making good features instead of bad features to get money. I want them to do good features to get users instead of bad features to get money. McGraw says, wasn't there also recent Brave drama? Yeah, Brave is very crypto heavy and it's real uncomfortable. But Brave also has no ads and they are actually thoughtful about protecting my privacy. When I was on Opera, because that is the choice, it's Opera versus Brave, not Brave versus Chrome. For me, at least. When I was on Opera, I kept, like, going to pages to, like, search for things. And it would be like, here are local results for you! And I'm like, I'm on stream. Please do not show people where I live. Do not show people my neighborhood. Do not show, like, all that stuff. It's uncomfortable. Anyway, that's why. Hannah takes says, plus you can hide the crypto stuff. I use Brave and hide the crypto features. Me too. Me too. What did you say? I think if you did something like this, you could get rid of path joining at the start of the test. Oh. Oh, I see what you're saying. You want me to get the file path using this instead of get the file path by, like, doing the thing. Yeah, I get it. No, but the file path is part of what I'm validating. Yeah, part of that is validating it. Mark Ross says, I'm happy for Safari, to be honest. It doesn't work with a lot of websites. But we should use Safari more so that they get the hits and the websites are like, oh no, I need to make sure I work for Safari because I have Safari users. Because if like you're on Internet Explorer and you go to somebody's site, you're like one of like 1% of users. So they're gonna be like, I'm not gonna build features and make sure this works for Internet Explorer. But if you're like Firefox, you might be like 10% or 7% of users. So they'll be like, I guess it's worth making it work for Firefox. Anyway. Vote with your wallets, or in this case, your clicks. Hanatek says, I've tried Zen recently. It's quite nice, but for web dev, I miss the flex grid controls Chromium browsers give you. Wait, what? Oh, Zen is based on Firefox, for those unaware. Okay. Tissue. Okay. Something is not working. I am not making one per destination. I am making one total. I need to look at destination. Destination. No, where is destination? I want to run destination per test. You have a run generator. Show me what's in here. Not helpful. Regress's WebKit actually got up a lot and is first to implement a lot of new specs and APIs. Because they need users! What is this create generated attribute? What is this create generated attribute? What? Create a Rails generator's generated attribute by supplying the attribute type and optionally the attribute name. What does that mean? That is meaningless. I don't know what create a generated attribute means. Oh, that looks good. I kind of like that. What does this mean? How am I supposed to use this? Macro says I think it's one of the arguments you define in the generator itself. Like it passes it to the generator? Or like you just add an extra attribute? Let's see this again. No, I hate you. I hate you so much. Also, you go away. I'm not gonna use Copilot because it's gonna cost me credits. What does this do? Okay, let me go look at destination. Self.destination root equals path. Sets the destination of generator files. Why don't all the tests use the same thing? Can I just call that inside of a setup? Like if I go in here and I do setup and I just do like this nonsense. I mean, I can do this, right? It's Ruby. But it'd have to be like a do. It's just methods. It's all methods. And I can look, meow. Yeah, meow. Okay. I'm starting to get grumpy and fussy. We're definitely not getting to the speakers today. Okay. No, I want the involvement generator. How do I? Yeah, I can go up and get it. Okay, let me go find temp. Here's temp. Okay, I'm running temp. It worked! It didn't work. It didn't like that. It didn't like that. Macross says, wait, why do you need this in setup? It's only running once. So if you look here, when we run it in setup, it creates the folder, the directory, for each of these. Self.class.destination. Is that gonna run for the specific test though? Or is it gonna change the directory for each of these? Also, I thought teardown was supposed to tear it down regardless. I thought teardown was like an ensure situation. Thank you for following the Avenger PT. I'm sick today. I'm normally much higher energy, just for an FYI. Where are they? Hang on, I'm gonna run them again. I'm gonna pay attention this time. This is where they're supposed to generate. Okay. I'm looking. None of them showed up. None of them showed up. I don't think that worked. Thank you for following Patest 2002. Welcome. Same FYI. Macross says, thank you, the generators folder collapsed. I took out the generators folder because it wasn't working. You can lose it. Sick! Yeah, I'm sick today. Yeah. Yeah. But like, there's nothing, yeah, it's not that. I don't know where they're going. Oh, I saw one. Let me run it again. Maybe they're just fast. Here's what I'm gonna do. This is gonna create the folder. Sleep one. That's like 1 second, right? I really don't care where in the thing it is. Yep, that's fine. Okay, let's see. Across the street, the generators folder collapsed. Also, setup only runs once? No? I never know. Yeah, I think it does. Adenim says, can you put there a breakpoint? I don't... This is so bad. I don't know how to use breakpoints in VS Code and Ruby. I know they work. I know other people do use them. I just have never done it before. And I never bothered to set it up. So I actually don't know how VS Code and Ruby breakpoints work. I've just always done a binding.irb and called a bunch of... Look, it made it. It made it. Okay. Did you see that? Hang on. We're going to run it again. There it is. Pend, YGL, F3V, 3, Fukwemi. Yeah! Okay, hang on. I'm gonna run all of the lib ones. Stefan in tech says, I'm learning debugging tools this week, actually, and breakpoints is one of the many topics. Yeah. Mark Ross says, I think you need to run the test through the VS Code test runner. Probably. I just don't. I've never bothered. And like, okay, So if we're under 50, it's not gonna run parallel tests. If I run all of the lib ones, oh look, it made all of them, and then it deleted them. Yay! Oh look! Wait, that's old, right? Maybe, probably. But did you see it made them and deleted them, and they were different folders? Okay. I'm gonna do something dumb, because the thing that I'm noticing is that they're all kind of like right there in the same spot, and I don't know if I like expanded the panel, so I'm gonna test it with just like a normal destination, and then, you know, like if that works, we're all good. If it doesn't, it doesn't, and we put back what we had. I'm just gonna quickly come over here. Destination. No, I want this nonsense. Yeah. Okay, 3 comment out. Nope, didn't work. There we go. Okay, setup do, self-class destination. All of that is commented out. Good job, me. Okay, and we're gonna run this again, and I'm just gonna double check that it does everything it's supposed to. Oh look, here's the one generator folder. Oh no, I made failing tests, didn't it? What's in here? There's nothing in there. Why is it still there? Do they keep using the same one? Where's the teardown? It's 5R3UD4. Srouda. That's how I'd say it if that was a Twitch username. Is I'd be like, hey, Srouda. I'm using that to remember it, so I notice if it changes. Oh, it deleted it. Oh, and all of these failed. Look at that! It fails. There's Shruda. And, okay. Yeah, and then it didn't find it in the thing. Yeah. And then the JSON one is expected. Okay, so there are failures from like, yeah, expected this to exist, but does not. So it definitely, it needs to be inside setup like this in order for it to generate for each. Why can't I see my screen refreshing with my biological eyes? Because they have updated the screen to refresh faster than your biological eyes. In fact, they have updated the screen repeatedly until it did refresh faster than your biological eyes. And your biological eyes and everybody else's are actually the standard they use to determine screen refreshes. And nobody needs 120 FPS. I guess I can get rid of all these sleeps. No, I'm gonna run it again. I'm gonna run it again to show you the thing. Cause I'm gonna run it again. No, stop. Don't, whatever this is, stop it. Just run the tests. None of the rest of this stuff. Micro says the problem is even though you run it before each test case now. I don't, oh, those went fast. it still sets the value on the class itself, so it's still shared. I am not sure about that. I'm gonna make them longer. So we can investigate. I'm gonna run these right before I do the validate the involvements. I'm so dumb! Oh my god! Why am I putting this in every single test? When I could just put it in the validate, because the validate is in every test. Ah, I'm so dumb. Okay. Validate. Sleep. 10. I'm gonna make it sleep for like 10 seconds because I'm pretty slow at clicking. Run everything in parallel. My grass says that's also why I was flaky in CI. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. Yeah, that was just about whether two of them were running at the same time. Oh, okay, here's this one. And it has an involvements.yaml in it. Okay, and it got deleted. That's one. That's one. Because when you don't put a sleep 10 in, it's real fast. Who is this spec? Why is it so slow? You know what I bet this is? I bet this is the test that regenerates the event schema. No, it can't be. Okay, so these both generated at about the same time. They all have their own involvements file. Yeah, they're not overlapping. They're not overlapping. It ran them in parallel, but they didn't get confused. I'm gonna move the sleep to the beginning of one of them. All of them are gonna sleep for 10. The scenario I'm trying to get is one where I go in and I run the generator for the first one and it generates the file. And then this gets updated. So I can do like a sleep 20 here. I can only do this for cases where I call it twice. That's the only one. That's the only one. And actually, not a problem. Maybe not a problem. So I define the destination route pretty much as soon as I grab this thing and store it in file path so it doesn't change. Puts troublemaker calls generator twice. Yeah, this is the only one that could cause the thing. Yep. There's a puts with color, but it doesn't matter because Minitest doesn't support colors. Minitest Reporter says it does, but I tried to get it working and it didn't work. Did you see the troublemaker in here? I don't see it. There it is. Troublemaker calls generator twice. Okay. The troublemaker has to run early because it has to run at the same time as another generator in order for me to test whether this is an issue. So here's the dealio that I'm thinking might be an issue here. If I go in, I generate my file, and then I call it on another one, and then I call the generator again, it might have been updated from one destination route to another. So my troublemaker has to get called, and then another folder has to be made in order for me to test that flake. Test that flake. Test that flake. Test that flake. Oh, they all happened at once. Where's troublemaker? What is it? Everybody else went without troublemaker. I do the puts after 20 seconds. Hang on. I'm supposed to do the puts before. I think I have to do it before. Micro says ideally we could fix it in Rails to allow a per test case definition. Honestly, I think this should just be like part of it. I'm kind of wondering if there's like a setup each and mini test. But yeah, I am thinking that like each of these should be happening in a temp directory that automatically gets cleaned up. Okay, let's try this again. Because the existing prepare destination is just delete everything. Okay, look, there it is. Troublemaker calls generator twice. Here's the other generators. Hang on. I don't feel confident in this. I'm gonna go up here. Puts. I changed the route. This is an unnecessary test. It's a helpful test, but it's unnecessary. I'm just doing it because I like it. Schizophrenic web developer says, does everything make noise? Maybe everything is communicating something, but we can't hear it because it's on a different frequency. Noise comes from vibrations. Those vibrations are vibrating the ear. So if I take this pot holder that I made, hang on. This pot holder that I made, this is a thermal stitch. It's very pretty. I love this yarn. I think it's lily sugar and cream, but I could be wrong. It's cotton, so I can use it to pot hold things. And I slam it on the desk. It's gonna make vibrations, but if it's just sitting there and it's not doing anything, it's not gonna make vibrations, so it's not gonna make noise. You can't have motion for noise. That's how it works. Wait, where did it go? I thought I was gonna call this again. Did I not call it again? I called it again. Did I save the file? I saved the file. I changes. It changes. Micro says, have you considered making physics live streams? I actually was gonna be a chemist. And then I had, so here's the thing. In my college, you had to take 2 courses that were like, one of them was intro to computing, one of them was intro to programming, and one of them was like digital media. I signed up for digital media, and I initially signed up for intro to computing. But Intro to Computing was like how to use Excel, and you had to buy this $70 like MATLAB whatever thing. And I went to the first class and I was so bored. I was like dying. And it was literally like, here's how to use Word, here's how to use Excel, here's how to use the computer. This is what a mouse is. That was one of the things. It was like, this is a mouse. And I was like, I can't do this. I'm gonna die. I'm literally gonna die in this class. There's no way I'm gonna be able to complete my coursework. And so I went and took a test to exempt out of Intro to Computing, but I still had to take 2 courses. So I was like, okay, fine, I'll take Intro to Programming. I don't care. Just get me out of this course. And I took that course. And like, that was where I first learned to program. My teacher for that course was like instrumental in me deciding to become like a software engineer. So yeah, that was like, there's an alternate world where I would be Chael the chemist. Also, hi Hidakir Battlesai. Where's my messages? No, look! It goes last. You need to go earlier. See, this is why that test is important. Now, come on. Troublemaker goes first. Every time I say troublemaker, I think of werewolf, like One Night Werewolf. Who is creating this like debug frozen string literal nonsense? Who's messaging me? Where are they messaging me? Oh, yay! Okay. Where's Troublemaker? Troublemaker hasn't run yet. Maybe I should reorder the test so Troublemaker goes first. There's Troublemaker. There's a bunch of changes to the destination route. It worked. It passed. Everything is fine. Oh wait, I have to wait for them all to get deleted. Come on. Delete the last one. Delete the last one. Are you waiting 20 seconds? Are you my change? You look like a change, maybe. I don't know. Not sure. It worked! Yay! It passed. Okay, so I can get rid of all of this stuff. Oh god, I'm dying. Okay. Oh, and the sleep 20. And the sleep 10. Okay. That's good. I want to run all of my Ruby stuff. I'm just gonna run Finland. I don't care. Schizophrenic web developer says my computer is producing a lot of heat, so in the winter months I use my computer as a heater. Does that work? This is not challenging my computer. Burning tokens gets a really different meaning. Susan the Nerd says, and I'm back! Welcome back! Okay. Oh, I'm so cold. I'm so cold. We're doing all the data validations and it's not necessary because I'm doing Ruby stuff. At work, we have this, like, bin PR that's basically like bin lint, but it looks at the file types you have and it's like, run this if you had a file change that is inside this folder, and then it gets those file changes using like get weird magic. So like it can review everything that's on a branch, or it can review on stage changes, or it can look at like anything that's like beyond head. It's nice. Mark Ross says, did you see the new validate all TUI? I did not see the new validate all TUI. I'm scared. I'm scared. Alright, let's keep going, keep going. Oh, this is the new validate all TUI. Is this the one? Because it's doing the thing. Is this the one? I like this. What does it do in GitHub Actions? Rico says, yeah. It looks really good. I did notice that it was doing the little ticky thing and the time was ticking up, but it just did not occur to me that that was different from normal. I remember thinking like, oh, that's nice. That looks good. Okay. Micro says, it was so bad before. It was very long. I actually was concerned about the tokens from like bin Lind. I was kind of curious if that might be part of what's going on. But yeah, I think it might be helpful to separate out like I think it might be helpful to separate out, what's the word? Data changes from other changes. I think for now it's probably good to just be like lint, but then I was also thinking about passing an event. It's fine. It's fine. Bin lint is happy with it. Git status. Okay. Now that I am done. Mark says, I don't think you're meant to look at the output from bin lint. Only at Rails validate all, really. Dave Leo says, hola, chill. Hola. Okay. I think that when it comes to the robots, they just look at all of the output. And I've definitely scrolled through the output of bin lint. I just did it right here. But yeah, I do think I'm more likely to like dismiss that. I don't know why I did that. I remember. Okay. Git commit -pm migrate involvements to use temp directory. Skip that file. Okay. Can I split this? Split this. Now instead of doing destination Rails root join, we do a setup, we do a self class destination dir.mktempdir involvement generator. Then we do Rails root join temp 2s, and then we tear down at the end the destination root. Ah, the destination root does stay the same because we delete them all. It's consistent. Micro says, but if you're only updating YAML files, it doesn't make sense. I don't want to memorize two different commands. Rugmat redeemed cat attention time. Hollowbing says, hello. Hello, Hollowbing. I don't know if I have a cat. I do have a cat. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Mike Ross is meant for the robots. The robots just read everything. You can't tell the robots not to read things. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pop this up, and when this pops away, I'm gonna put you down. Where have you escape? Regmet says, meow. Okay, my grass isn't meant for the robots. Okay, so the robots, yeah, they just read whatever they want. They go read like files. They go read like any files that are changed. So they're probably reading those schema files. They'll go read like everything. My grass says, but if you don't run it, they don't read it. Oh. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, that's probably better. We can do that this stream. I can just update, validate all in the contributing docs to run that. That's fine. I can do that. She's purring, by the way. She's looking at me like she hates me, but she's purring in my arms. And she's not trying to escape. And from clipping her nails and trying to dry her off after she's had a bath, she knows how to escape. Yeah. You're mad at me for picking you up, but you like being snuggled. You're very warm. It's like super cold in here. What does validate all look like if you're a robot? So recently I've been testing out local models on my... Oh my god, the thing disappeared. So I said that I was gonna like pop this up, and then when it disappeared I was gonna put down the cat, but then I didn't see it disappear. Okay, I'm not. I'm going to a conference tomorrow. I'm going to get on an airplane tomorrow. Running that says no complaints about extra cat attention time. Not from you. It's like being like, I ordered one donut from the donut shop and they gave me a dozen. I, as the donut shop, am concerned about the dozen donuts. Okay, this looks good. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Top notch. Why is this changing? I mean, that's right. Oh, this got completely... Oh, okay. Yep. Yep. Okay. Yep. Yes. 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 I'm gonna try something really quick. Mini test. Run test on every test run. Run assertion. Okay, setup, teardown, test reading, tester method that begin with test, test skipping, skip, fix this test later. Here, assertions, assert, 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 assert. Assert. Although not shown here, every assert and refute takes an optional message as the last argument. This message appears in the output when the assertion fails. Runs tests in alphabetical order instead of random order. What is that? Wild. Wild. This is a real thing. Are these real? Y'all listen. Runs tests in alphabetical order instead of random order. I suck and my tests are order dependent. Is that real? Markara says yes. Runs tests in parallel. Parallelize me. Generates nicer diffs for complicated nested values. Make my diffs pretty. I like that. By default, Minitest runs threads in a random order. Okay. Wow. 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 Can I do that with everything? Okay, this is cool. I like that. Assert uppercase. Test custom assertion. Wait. String message. Can I write that? Hang on. Instead of this validate involvements. Assert file passes validations. I like that. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Okay, to be consistent, they should accept an optional message as the last argument. Yeah. Oh, okay, so in this case, we're gonna get rid of all of the vowels. And then there's a duplicate S, so we're just gonna get rid of that one too. I like this. Okay, I'm gonna keep going through here. Require, 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 require. Okay. Okay, I don't see anything to magically call this on each of them. Regress says, that's what they mean by Minitest is just pure Ruby. Let's see, there's nothing special in Minitest to make this work. Okay, 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 okay. Everything is just pure Ruby. Everything built in Ruby is just pure Ruby, except for like yerba and herb, because those are not pure Ruby. all of the gems written in pure Ruby are pure Ruby. Does RSpec have C in it? Paul Coco says hello. Hello, Paul Cocos. Cocos. Hello. Okay. Minitest also provides an optional RSpec like DSL. What? No, but awful DSLs. I like RSpec. I'm starting to like Minitest, but I like RSpec. Okay, assert file passes validations. I don't know if these are valid. I'm gonna run these as is. Yeah. I like this a lot though. This is really fun. Okay, hang on. This is actually a little bit dumb because I'm just now realizing this doesn't do anything. I've just named this method assert. Message equals, and then I do like an assert message. Dumb. And now I realize this is dumb. Okay. Assert empty errors. Message or. That's too many. Okay. Validator failed. Errors map. Error. Paul Coco says, are you sick? See you with the blanket? Yeah, I am. I'm sniffly and a little loopy. I'm not on any medications or anything. I'm just sick. it really, really sucks because I'm flying to RubyConf tomorrow. And so today I'm sick. Tomorrow Marco will be sick. Nagara says, I just leave out the message arc. Marco, did you read this? Look, look, look. It says right here. Hang on. Assert or refute custom assertions. Assertions optional as the last argument. To be consistent, assertion method should accept an optional message as the last argument. Macross is not if I not hang out with you. That made me sad. Made me sad. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on, that is both a fair and legitimate response to me being sick. And that is also... I know that you're joking. So, like... Hang on, let me... I'm a little sick, and when I'm sick, my emotions just get, like, really intense. So I'm getting a little weepy. I need to dial that back. Let's dial that back. Alright. Assert file passes validations. I like it. Eventually, at some point, I want to make the validators have like a thing where it's just like, here's the validator, here's the file. I know what the file is. I know what my validations are. I'm just going to get the validations for the file. Or I wanted to just run against all of them and then skip out based on the if. So based on that, I would then be able to create one shared assert file passes validations instead of having one of these per each test. Yes. Inside that, I did not see anything that was like run this assert on everything. So we're gonna do git commit dash pm custom asserts. Yay! No, I don't want this file. Yes. 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 Good. And then I need to like run all the tests again. There we go. Just the involvements ones. Now, if I were at work and I had free tokens for life, I would just spend like $3 applying this change to all of the different tests. Because I'm paying for my own tokens, I'm gonna write it myself. I'm gonna copy paste instead of having the robot copy paste. 1, 2, 3, 4. Honor Mark says, ah yes, a coding stream whilst wearing the cloak of contagions. Yes. Maybe I should have like a cardigan that's covered in like little pathogens and stuff. I bet somebody's designed one of those. I haven't crocheted in ages though. Okay, we're gonna go up here. We're gonna paste this. The first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a temp directory for CFP generator. Next, I'm gonna go to this one. This is a lot of tests churn on some flaky tests. Alright, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna do 7 yank yank. Go over here. P. This is the same one, I think. Yeah, this is schema. And then this is just validate or failed. Errors, map errors to message. Good job, me. Yeah, top notch. That's exactly what I want. It's even more accurate now. So good job, me. More consistent. And then I delete all of this. We don't need that anymore. We're gonna do two things. We're gonna delete this. And delete this. We're gonna assert file passes validations. We'll just come in here. Indent. Go back. Good job. Anirmark says, I'm debating between pizza and Subway for lunch. Decisions. KPQ says, hello. Hello, KPQ. Markaroth did pizza Subway and sampled for pizza. KPQ says, I'm witnessing a lot of pizza talk lately. I'm gonna go against the grain and I'm gonna say Subway and I'm gonna ask everybody, what's your favorite sandwich? Theoretically, I should be like, what's your favorite sandwich from Subway? I'm not going to. What's your favorite sub sandwich from any restaurant or that you make at home? Do you know, it sounds really good. I want to make like a, what's the word I'm looking for? I want to make a pesto chicken sub sandwich. Mark Roth says, is there a pizza sub? Italian! Yes! Anirmark says, that's what I'm thinking. I'm craving a meatball marinara. KBQ says, I would love that pizza sandwich. It's an Italian meatball sub. That's the one. That's the thing. Or a calzone. Okay. Big sigh. Get back here. I really like assert file passes validations. It's very pretty. KPQ says lasagnas. That is the pasta form of pizza. Magna says, what fudge pizza? Almost like a sandwich too. Go get the New York one. Honor Mark says, today's coding project, my radio automation system, C#, and a private fork of old TweetDeck and porting it to React, naming it BXP, Better X Pro. Welcome. Honor Mark says, lasagna is noodle cake. They're flat noodles. They're flat noodles. Hang on. I don't want to look like a crazy person. I'm really hoping you didn't get any mouth sounds there. I'm so sorry if you did. I actually, I feel kind of like I have multiple masks packed for RubyConf. Like, what if I'm still sick tomorrow? Is it unethical for me to attend? I need to pack hand sanitizer. Is it still weird if you sanitize your hands before and after? You can get rid of... No, I want to keep that one. I don't want to keep this one. No, you have to keep that. Stop trying to delete it. That opens this. Bad robot. Did y'all see that? Hang on. what just happened is the robot was convinced it needed to delete this closing bracket. And I was like, no, you don't need to delete that. Look, here's the opening one. This end closes this. And it learned and it got rid of the suggestion. Oh, it's probably just a caching thing. Damn, I got all excited. I got all excited for no reason there. I now realize that was just like a, you didn't take it and you clicked around a little bit, so I'm gonna get rid of the thing. Yeah, now I feel pretty silly. Okay, that's great. I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna run all of my generator tests. I'm gonna go to temp. I'm gonna see if I can catch them. There was the involvements. Okay, keep your eyes open. They come through real quick. My girl says, yes, very. Yeah, be unethical to attend. Both slice lasagna is comparable in size and shape to a slice of cake. I'm not saying I'm right, but I also don't make the rules. KPQ says when you're sick, you need a lot of food and proteins to reinforce your immune system. Lasagnas would provide it. Oh, I just saw your face. Hi. So dumb. I'm normally looking this way, and so all of your faces are really tiny. And then sometimes I look at the message right here, and I'm like, oh, there's that person. Hi. Anyway, this is, what was I gonna say? When I'm sick. Okay, I need to back up. Like 4 months ago, I went out, maybe more than around 4-ish months ago. I went out with some of my friends, and we went to Hot Pot. And they had herbal broth. And I was like, huh, what's that? That's interesting. I'll get that. It was so good. It was so good. And it felt like it was literally warming up my soul. And it was so good. And now every single time I get sick, I want herbal broth. We went to Costco the other day and they had these like broth packs that were like turmeric and ginger and all this sort of stuff, and I was like, is that the herbal broth? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, maybe it is. I'll try it. It was not, but I had it for breakfast this morning. I threw a bunch of frozen peas into boiling broth, and then I threw a ramen pack into it without putting the actual like seasonings in. It was pretty good. I liked it. It was not herbal broth, so now I need to go find and hunt down my herbal broth. Hello. No. Get out of here. You get cuddles on chat schedule, not my schedule, not your schedule. Yes. Okay. So I did not see the CFP ones come through, but I'm pretty sure they did. I'm gonna delete this whole folder again. Because it's gonna keep creating the folder. It doesn't care. Okay. Move this. Okay. Validate field. No, stop headbutting this. Oh yeah, the CFP test passed. Git commit -pm. Update CFP generator tests. Now. Yes. Hang on, I should run standard. Oh no. Exec. Standard RB. I was really hoping that somebody would chime in with like, I know the herbal broth you're thinking of, and this is exactly where to get it, at the store. Hello. Hello. Normally it's cute when you're like this, but right now you're just making my congestion worse. Okay, let's get rid of this CFP situation and open up events. What's this set up? Oh, I need that set up. I'm so cold. Wait, Marco, we need to go back. Setup runs once per test. Destination runs once per file. That's why I needed to put it in setup. I forgot about that. No, this is obviously not what I wanted. I wanted the whole line. Ugh. Give me the whole line. Thank you. Thank you. I knew you were capable of it. Events. Okay, now I don't need any of this eliminated validated file stuff. I can get rid of that. And I can just de-indent it. I guess this is kind of hacky, to be honest. Yeah. Took says, do you use some UI library for Ruby events, or is just ERB with Tailwind? Mostly ERB with Tailwind, but we do have... I got so excited when I found this. Hang on. My grass says there's some Daisy UI, but I think I'd like to get rid of it. There's also this, our own private little component library. But it's really just a copying the Tailwind styles thing. I love this. Make me a little dizzy. Okay. I'm almost done. I just need to update the rest of these tests. And I know what the pattern is. No, do not step on my keyboard. Yeah, there's no space for you here. I need this teardown. And then I can get rid of all of the eliminate validated files. All of these. De-indent them. Do I need assert does not raise error? Why would you only de-indent half of them? You suck. Yes, I don't want that. That's obvious. Okay. Sweet. That looks good. Okay. Now I can delete all of this. Oh, here's the teardown. Okay, I need to grab this and I need to put it at the top. Delete inner curly brackets. This is the only thing that I like the robots for. That's not true. Let's see, Took says, you didn't like Daisy? And Macaross says, I guess I'm not a big fan of the themes, but it might be worth customizing it. It just takes more time and care than just building it directly with Tailwind, and then extracting it to the partials and components when needed to avoid the duplication. Took says, oh, I see. I hope to get an SHDCN equivalent one day for Rails. But I like Daisy. Good combo with Rails. What is SHDCN? Okay, are these all removed? Yeah, they're removed. Okay. Delete that. Come in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 7 yank. Here. Okay. Yeah, and then see, all I have to do, delete this line, delete this line, put it here. Da na na na. 6 DD. 5 DD. Good job, me. And then I just come in here and I say assert file passes validations. I don't want to assert that it passes the venue validations because they're not in here, but if I get that mechanism that I was talking about earlier set up, it would be. Took says component UI for React ready to use. Took says we need a library, but keep using Yabi. Build it. Build it, Tooks. Build the thing that you want to exist. And then that's the other thing is if this is like a different thing, it can handle that. Yeah. Good. Good. Then we'll put a little bit of space between setup and teardown. I like it. I like it a lot. That makes me happy. Micro says, yeah, that's the long-term plan and part of the motivation for Herb to allow that kind of vision, architecture, and flexibility. There really isn't a good way to package ready-made components in gems, for example. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. What are all the things I need to do? In order to validate this, I need to run the generator tests. I need to run standard RB, and then I need to commit. Honestly, like this glue stuff where it's like, remember to run the test. Remember to run the thing. That's what I feel like the robots are good for. The only problem is that they don't do it reliably because they're too busy trying to do the thinking part. Stop doing the thinking part and just like magically handle all of my hooks and commands for me. But I guess everybody wants different things out of the robots. Well, that's not good. Undefined method validate for an instance of static. Validators series default colors. I think I know what this is. You're not supposed to be validate. You're supposed to be errors. Validate should probably work. But yeah, you are supposed to be errors. Microsoft says the future Ruby events robots shouldn't be allowed to use read and write tools. Success and adding reaction view to all of that. I think we still need it for deletion. I don't think we have anything to delete right now, but I guess we could support that. Norman EUW says in Belgium it's 32 degrees Celsius, which is like 89.6 Fahrenheit. Right now it's weird seeing you with a blanket. Is it that cold in the US? One, I am sick. I have a cold, my nose is stuffy. This sucks extra much because I'm going to RubyConf tomorrow, which means I'm going to the airport, onto a plane, and yeah, it's gonna be rough, both for me and for the other people. And I probably shouldn't go to RubyConf while I'm sick, but I've been wanting to go and I don't want to cancel it because I got a cold like 2 days before. Oh, but also air conditioning. We have air conditioning in the US. So right now my house is like 68 degrees, maybe lower. Stone Eagle says hello. Norman EUW says get well soon. I know, I hope I get well tonight. Twix says, oh, good luck for that. Yeah. McGrath says Rails D is the opposite of Rails G. Hang on. Does that work? Let me see this. Is that a, I've never, Rails D? No. Rails destroy? No. Across this Rails destroy. Norman says, I know it became a meme with France not being able to handle the recent heat wave, but trust me, we do have air conditioning too in Europe. Honor Mark says, I've got LaraCon at the end of the month. If I'm not sick when I get there, I definitely will be when I leave. Yeah, because of people like me. Okay, Rails destroy generator. Well, this is old. Undo the actions performed by a generator. Rewind the action manifest and attempt to completely erase the results of each action. I need to know this! Oh my gosh! Oh no! I should know this. Oh dear. Oh dear. Rewind the action manifest and attempt to completely erase the results of each action. You get an accessor in your generator for the invocation direction or whatever it was called, but you can also mark them as irreversible. What the heck happens if I run one of these? Hang on. Bin Rails D talk. Let me go find RubyConf videos.yaml. Only 2026. There. One of these has been removed. Majestic Max says it would be nice if we had a spare respiratory system we could swap to when we get sick, and maybe take the infected one to the cleaners in the meantime. It's all here. Here is like lungs are fine. Lungs are fine. One of these got canceled. That's a lightning talk. These are all lightning talks. Not the lightning talks got canceled. What? I'm just gonna pick one and delete it. I'm gonna pick one and delete it. Which one am I gonna pick? I'm gonna pick the... Angular quote. I don't want to delete any of these. I only want to delete one that actually got deleted. Otherwise, I feel like a creep. Okay. No, not that. I did yank it or inner quote without doing the quote star yank inner quote. I'm gonna try it. My cross is Julia's. Ah, yes. That one for sure. Onion Mark says the classic, I just need to replace my face problem. Majestic Max says, that it might be neti pot time. I mentioned this in the beginning. I got one of the little electric nose aspirators for my kids. And I definitely use that. But the thing is, it only sucks out like some of it. Like there's some congestion and there's some congestion. And then this part, it was like wild. Kind of gross too. Oh, no value provided for required options event. Okay. Hang on. Here we go. Okay, absolutely nothing happened. I bet some of those do things and some of them don't. Norman says you code without AI? Sometimes I use AI, sometimes I don't. I don't want to... Well, and the other thing is I was using GitHub Copilot for free tokens, and now they're like super expensive. I do use it for like autocomplete and stuff, and honestly, here's how I kind of feel. If I don't know what I'm doing, investigation with autocomplete is best. Margaret says, if you use like the general gsub, append, etc. Thor commands, it knows how to reverse them automatically. I don't do that because you introduced Yerba. But you can check in which mode you are. Norman says I expect that responsible use. I will say at work, I'm much more like, especially for like creating admin panels, stuff like that, I'll just throw it because I'm not paying for the tokens. When I'm paying for the tokens, I'm a lot more thoughtful about their usage. Okay. Yeah, that force is totally unnecessary, but I'm not going to remove it because I don't need to. Did I add this to all of them? All of them assert the file passes validations. Okay. So I just need to keep in mind that I need to destroy at some point. Yeah. Micro says, I got some ideas for that. Can explore them at Hack Day when you actually make it. I think you meant if. I think when you said this, you meant to tease me and be like, we can explore them at Hack Day if you make it. When you say when, that makes it sound like I'm going to be late to the Hack Day. I don't remember if we have a morning or an afternoon slot. I think we have a morning slot. There are a lot of people that have reached out to me that are like, oh, I want to come by the table and I'm going to do something with Ruby events. And I'm like, oh, cool. That sounds great. But yeah. Okay. Majestic Max says, when someone else is paying, I eat Captain Crunch. When I'm paying, I eat Dinobites. Micross says, you might make it to Vegas, but not RubyConf. There are a lot of talks that I want to see. I could wear my mask during talks, and I could take it off when I'm talking. Or I could just keep it on the whole time. I have cute masks from the pandemic. I can go through my masks. I've got one that's like a cute little floral mask. Hey, Stunny Eagle, congratulations on the 3-stream streak. No, this is, so I have my N95 masks, but I can also go get out my cute masks. I haven't coordinated any of my outfits with masks yet. And I already packed them all. I tried something new and I didn't like how it worked. What I did is I picked out every single outfit and everything I needed for that outfit. I tried it on, took it back off, folded it back up, put it in a gallon-sized Ziploc bag, sealed it up, squeezed all the air out, and then put it in. And it actually made it harder to pack because clothes kind of like squish around each other, but once they're squished into a shape and they're like suctioned, they don't want to squeeze anymore. So you can't like move them, so they're all perfectly that. Majestic Max says, we can get you one of those large hamster balls. That sounds amazing. Mark Ross has still got enough time to reconsider all of that. The flight is only tomorrow. If I go to the speaker dinner and I get everybody sick, I'm gonna feel so bad. Like if I show up and I'm like, hey everybody, it's so nice to see you. Here's me in my cute little outfit. And then literally for the rest of the conference, everybody is sick and dying and it's all my fault. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna wear a mask. I can't, like... I've done all this work planning it. I have a lightning talk and a hack day. I have to do speaker intros on some of the days. I can't just, like, not show up. But, like, it's irresponsible to show up sick. But it's also, it's congestion and a cold. You never know, I might get to Vegas and like that 117 degree Fahrenheit dry heat might just, all that's gone. I have been a little rough lately. Good commit-PM. Majestics is RubyConf, cough, patient 0. Honor Mark says, burn the sickness away. If I'm actually patient 0, I can't be patient 0. I can't. I don't want to. Norman says asking I to unsick you. Let's try it. Alright, we gotta use the right prompt. Brave has all the AI stuff. Welcome to RubyConf. Oh gosh. Okay. Oh no! I'm feeling sick with the sniffles, congestion, sneezing, and a little baby cough. But tomorrow I have a flight to Las Vegas for RubyConf. Can you unsick me? No, wait, hang on. Please. Gotta be nice to the robots. I cannot medically cure your illness, but I can provide evidence-based strategies to manage your symptoms and minimize discomfort during your flight to Las Vegas for RubyConf. Hydrate and soothe. Drink plenty of fluids to thin mucus and avoid alcohol. Try hot tea with honey or warm beverages to soothe your throat and loosen congestion. Use decongestants Like, just take a decongestant nasal spray or oral decongestants like Sudafed or Mucinex an hour before the flight to reduce swelling in your eustachian tubes. Manage ear pressure. Chew gum or suck on hard candies during takeoff and landing to equalize pressure. You can also try the Valsalva maneuver. Oh, pinch. Oh, that's weird. That kind of works. Regress says, I thought I was going to say I cannot cure your illness, but I can help you cancel your flight to Vegas. No, that's what your friend would do and somebody who is at RubyConf. The AI enable us. Anna Mark says, how to feel better? Drugs! Rest and protect others. Ensure you get adequate rest to support your immune system. Since you are likely contagious, wear a mask on the plane. Wash your hands frequently and use tissues to contain coughs or sneezes to protect fellow passengers. When to postpone. If your symptoms include a fever of 100 or higher, severe cough, or difficulty breathing, medical experts advise postponing your flight. The pressurized cabin can worsen congestion. You risk spreading infection to others. If your symptoms are mild and controlled by over-the-counter medication, flying is generally considered safe, though potentially uncomfortable. There you go. Ask a follow-up question. No soup? Where's my soup? Searching for, is chicken soup good for colds? Yes, definitely have soup. It is one of the best things you can eat right now. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Reduces inflammation, hydration, and nutrition. Chicken soup, spicy soup, vegetable soup. Good. Norman says, I remember once I had sinusitis and I had to take a flight. I don't recommend this even to my worst enemy. Ooh. I'm gonna get to Las Vegas and I'm just gonna lay down. I'm gonna be done. Okay, what is my commit here? Update event generator tests to new standard. Now! Yes. I'm just gonna say yes to the whole file. What is yes to the whole file again? Yeah. No, I'm gonna do it one by one, just in case there's any weird spacing stuff. Oh, but I need to scroll through it. Sometimes I end up with weird white space. Elisar says, babe. I'm assuming that's how you're saying it. I'm assuming you're like, babe, you need to go to bed. Okay. I can skip the newsletter, hop over to schedule. Yay. Require schedules keep moving. Okay, we're gonna delete this one. This is exactly like the generator one, right? Oh, hang on. Yeah, I'm gonna go through these one by one, so. And I'm gonna go close that one. And that one. Okay. What? No, I want this one. Okay, hang on. And I remember that it's 7. Yank, yank. P. And then I can just delete all of this. Magnificent. Thank you for following, Elisar. Welcome. Also, just an FYI, I'm sick today and I'm very low energy. I'm normally much peppier than this, so just be prepared for when that happens. Alright, so we're gonna do Oh, this one's real old. Okay. Assert file passes validations. And then we're gonna pass in schedule file path. Yay! This is such a calm stream. This is calmer than normal, I think. I don't know. Y'all have your own opinions. Just tell me what you think. What is this? No, this goes at the top. Hang on. Oh, there's only one. There's one test. Yeah, I bet this one was perfect. Okay. Assert nothing raised. Run generator. Assert file has some content. We're gonna have to do another pass on this one. Yeah, that schedule definitely needs more attention. My girl says your channel tags say cozy and chill. I think they are. I think I am. I claim that. I think I am cozy and chill. I think you can be cozy and chill and still be excitable. Deep breaths. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Make 4 lines. Come over here. Put that there. And delete this one. Hang on, did I update the events generator to say events instead of involvements? Let me double check. I did. Good job, me. Should it be event generator or event? Okay, so we're gonna do git commit -p -amend -no edit, and we're just gonna like stuff that in there real quick. So yes to that change, and then no to all these changes, and no to those changes. Mizu04KGB says, hello dear. Hello, how are you today? Alright, here we go. I'm gonna run all the tests. I think I did everything. Oh no, I don't want that one. Oh no, I don't want... No wait, I do want that one. I do want that one. I lied. Hang on. I'm looking at the wrong file, y'all. Okay, here we go. Yes. 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 That's exactly what I want to do. Thank you. Okay. I'm gonna run all my tests. Mizu says I'm fine, and you? Wait, let me click it. Boop. I'm sick. And I'm getting on a plane tomorrow at the crack of dawn to go to RubyConf. And yeah. I'm now wondering ethically if I should go when I'm sick, but I'm also just like a little bit sick. Elisar says, do you have Instagram? So I made my Instagram private. Yeah, and now I don't have anybody on my Instagram, and I haven't updated it in like a year. I don't know what that is. Is that a frog or an alien? Okay. Okay, this is run. This is good. Yeah, that's right. Everything test. And there's only one test, so it's all fine. Git commit -pm update schedule generator to new tempdir standard. Shoot, I haven't been running standard RB. Yes. And then I didn't check if I got the spacing right. Hang on. Bundle exec standard RB. Mizu says get well soon, and you should go if it's not something dangerous on you or others. Well, it's not dangerous to me, but some people do have like weakened immune systems. Saigama says, so you use Ruby for front end and background? You use any JavaScript framework? Stimulus inserts like a little bit of JavaScript, but we don't use a JavaScript framework. And for most of the views, it's just like pure HTML with ERB. Sagima says hi, by the way. Hello. Cutting with Caleb says hi, chill. Can I say how cozy you look? I wish it was cold enough to have a blanket over here. It's only cold because the AC is running. And I am in the basement, and the upper floors don't have enough insulation. So in order to keep the upper floors cool and the middle floor comfortable, or no wait, yeah, I have to be chilly. And then Mike says, BRB, gotta go get my Subway. Inserts Hockey Baby meme here. See you, enjoy your meatball sub. Hang on. Oh, this is almost my last tissue. No, the event generator. White space. Coding with Caleb says, there is nothing I enjoy more than being in a big cozy blanket with hot chocolate and programming in the winter. That sounds so nice. Mizu says take vitamin C. Okay, I will take some vitamin C. Alright, let me get in here. I'm gonna do a git log. One line. Kick. I'm so happy. Alright, let me get this one. Man, I haven't done this in ages. Git commit dash p dash dash fix up bloop. Now. Yes. Excellent. Coding with Caleb says take vitamin C++. Michael Ross says take vitamin rust. You know, I used to take an iron supplement. Could probably use one again. Schedule generator test is done. Sponsors generator test. So here is kind of like my complicated balancing thought here. If y'all were not here, I would get this done so fast. But if y'all were not here, I would not get this done at all. Anna Mike says vitamin C sharp is good for the eyes. Okay, that one was good. Oh, hired indeed. Cody Gibbs is a dog owner from my apartment block is taking their little dog out for a walk, and it's so cute. Aw, nice. Okay. Yeah, this one's schema. Why haven't I run into any schema array ones? Shouldn't you be schema array? No, you're just schema. That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. I thought, hang on. Yes. Applicable, schema present, file exists. Application schema, schema finds, schema matches, file path. Wait, what? Application schema. Application schema. What is this? File present. You know what? I'm just gonna accept that you have gotten this all working. Coding with Gil says, I love to see people enjoying company with their pets. I enjoy pets vicariously through them. Yeah. Oh, that must be why you're here sometimes. Mike Ross says, I refactored some of the validators. Just tell me. Looks good though. And I like the fact that it's not like schema. Does schema array still exist or is it gone? Static validators. Yeah, now we just have schema and no schema array. Okay, cool. That makes it easier for me, honestly. I don't have to think about it. Oh my gosh, let's just look at the PRs! There's so many. And sometimes you commit to main. There's so many. This is done. Yes. Yes, I'm done with the CFP generator test. I don't know why this keeps opening. Stop opening. No, what are you doing? Okay, I guess it's gone. Go to relevant file, test source code. Oh, that's cool. Oh! What? Since when has that existed? Since when has that? What? Okay, that's cool. I like that. Oh god. Okay, I'm asserting the file passes validations. I am deleting eliminate validated file path. This is nicer. It's still schema. Yes. 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 I'm gonna use the new form so that when we have sponsors array, I can just drop it in. Okay, that's a skip. Generator, assert file, sponsors. Delete that. Assert file passes validations file path. Excellent. And there's the file path. I like to generate the file path before I run the generator, but it's not strictly necessary. Oh, you got a little top clipper thing. I just noticed the badge. Okay, I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna come in here, validate, not validate, assert file passes validations. Yep. Yeah, this one doesn't have any of the things. Okay. Eliminate validated file. Delete that one. And then assert file passes validations. Mm-hmm. Yes. I'm almost done and it finally gets the pattern. On the last one, it finally gets the pattern. Okay. Wake up. Okay, for this one, I need to come over here. We have 3, 4. It's taking way longer than I thought it would. If I just let the robots do it, it would be done, but I have to save my tokens for testing the generators. Okay, now run all of them. Oh no, wait, before I run all of them, fix everything with standard RB. There we go. Are you happy, standard RB? My grass says this might be cleaner for later. I'm gonna take this, copy it, close this. Go over to here. Put this here. And then we're also gonna go here. And we can go here. These are the issues. Pros. Isolated directories for each test run. Cons. A little hacky. Okay. No worries on GitHub Actions. All files end up deleted. Create one temp directory per test file. That's not a thing. If using destination. Little hacky using setup to set destination. There's my test. This is not happening. Okay. Let's read this. Assert valid involvements. Test generator with user's argument. Run generator. Assert valid involvements. Oh my god, I love it! I love it! Oh, it's so pretty! Where's the yield? Where's the yield? There's the block. Capture the block and pass it to a cert file. There it is! Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna custom asserts. It's so pretty. I'm gonna run the tests. It's only 3 p.m. Micro says technically you can leave out the path too, but if you want to validate that, we need to pass it as an arg. I am going to pass the path. My reason being that like I want to validate that the path generated is the one that I am expecting. Beautiful. Micro says, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Git commit -pm sponsors generator. What's the word I'm looking for? Sponsors generator matches new standard. Now. name did I give you? Assert file passes validations. So yeah, this is expected path. You're gonna be file path. Eliminate both of those. Eliminate that one. Not interested in that. No, I'll just put the whole thing in. Okay. Instead of validate, this is actually errors. And this is here we grab each do validator. Yes, each do validator. Oh, hang on. Everybody here. I just need to make sure that the message is correct. Okay, so we're gonna do two yanking. No! Two yanking. I don't know what I grabbed. Okay, errors equals video validator classes dot each validator do. No, not you. Me. Yep, I'm gonna do validator.new file path.validate. Only you're not .validate. Your dot errors, because some of these don't have a validate. And then we're just gonna say, hey, assert empty errors, and then message, which I believe would go here. Yes. Okay. Assert empty errors message. Validator failed. Errors dot map. Error 2H message, join, comma. Okay. Assert empty errors. This already does that. You know what I might want to do? I might want a flat map. On your mark says, I have returned with meat, cheese, sauce, and bread. Yeah, I might want a flat map. Hey, Surly. 7 stream streak. Do I need to know which validator failed? It's in the message. already what I have. Oh. Oh, no, it's not. That is right, actually. Okay. Then we're gonna say assert empty errors. Yeah. Assert file, expected path, block. Yes. 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 Should I start with a simple, like, file exists? Assert file. File path. Just assert file. No, this is assert file. Okay, hang on. If the file doesn't exist, what is gonna happen? I assume it's that. If the file does not exist, then it's gonna fall out of all of these validators when it tries to call each of the validators, and I think it's actually gonna pass. Yeah. Because we assert validation, we don't assert file exists. Okay. And then this is just assert valid content. Assert valid file. Because again, my goal here is to eventually swap this out for just like everybody. Okay, we no longer need this. Have I already gone in here and updated the top yet? No, I have not. Okay, let's delete this destination. Go up here. For Yankink. Yes. And then instead of involvements, this is the talk generator. I think what I'll probably do at some point is I will have, what's the word I'm looking for? All of the generators will be singular because they each create just one record. Yeah, so I think we're gonna slowly unwind things like the sponsors generator and make it the sponsor generator, the involvement generator and make it the involvement generator. Yeah, and same goes for like venue, and it'll just create or update each one reflective of that. Okay, so now instead of eliminate validated file, we're gonna replace all of those with assert valid file. Papa Smurf of Death says, hello everyone. Hello. The reason I want to go ahead and do this is I don't want to go through this file again. Assert valid file. It's pretty simple too. 1, 2, 3, 4. See, this is just boop. So now we run the generator, and then we assert that it is valid as we check the content. Oh, that's so clean. That is so nice. And then Do I pass a content here? I think I do. Yeah, I think I do. And then all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these get de-indented. This is also gonna limit my changes as well. Alright, so the first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna come in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, delete. Put that here. 10, de-indent. Change in a word. Assert valid file. Yes, excellent. 3D indent. And delete that one. Yay. Generator. Delete. Ooh. Put. You. Put. Let's take all these. Indent. Yay, that's the right suggestion. Delete that, delete that, delete that. Yep, do that. Yes. Infers a non-default kind from the title when kind is omitted. Yeah, so this is gonna understand that because this has a keynote in it, we want a kind of keynote. Okay, and I'll just minimize these as I adjust them. Yep, that's all good. Does not write a kind when the title classifies as the default talk. Did I finish that? I don't think I did. That's okay. Assert valid file. Yep, looks good. Okay, building better APIs. Assert no match kind. Yes. Good. Minimize that one. De-indent. De-indent. Delete this one. Wait, what is this doing? Oh, an explicit kind wins over the title inference. Yes. Assert valid file. Excellent. Writes an explicit kind talk that overrides a non-default classification. Wait, hang on. An explicit kind wins over title inference. Oh, and this is just for if it's kind. Does not write a kind when the title classifies as the default talk. Infers a non-default kind from the title when kind is omitted. Does not write a kind when the title classifies as the default talk. Writes an explicit kind talk that overrides a non-default classification. Writes an explicit kind talk that overrides a non-default classification. Right. Yes. Okay, that makes sense. Miserable soup. Yes. Okay. Assert valid file, run generator, space. There we go. Coding with Caleb says, hey, Papa Smurf of Death. Okay. Yes. Yes. I wonder why it's got all the assert titles in it. I guess it's just to make sure that it, you know, does the thing. Delete that. this all gets the indented one. Here we go. Is it assert valid file? That's pretty tight. And that is what it is. It's assert valid title. Okay. Delete this. And then O. And then assert valid file do content. Oh no, this runs the generator twice. Okay, so let me delete that. Yep. Yeah, and then just, yep. Update that. Oh, that's nice. It's with all the other asserts. Coding with Caleb says, have you read the latest Seed episodes? Yes, I have. Trying to remember what happened in them though. Yeah, I can just delete this line. All of this goes back. This just changes. Assert valid file. Editor's going crazy. Coding Club says Madame Justella was super cool. Yes, she was. I liked how she handled that situation too, where like she knew what was going on and she brought him back before she took Caden out there, because I think he would have tried to get into a fight. And I think she knows that too. Okay, that looks good. Yes. Assert includes... Wait, what is this? Oh! Well, yeah, that's kind of an interesting one. You've really been updating the generators. Okay, this is all new. Okay, I'll have to go read them and see what's going on there. Valid file. I like this assert valid file situation. That's nice. That's very nice. It's much better than the old eliminate. Yeah, and then these asserts are no longer like relevant, so this whole thing just becomes like, hey, trim it. Yeah, it's good. Cutting of Cow says, well, given how she mentioned where she found Jisuk to Caden, I do worry about what is gonna happen next. Yeah. I don't know though. Isn't Caden pretty like roughed up after the last battle that he had? By the way, the series that like Coding with Caleb and I are talking about is one that we both love called Seed, which is about like super powered awakened people who all have all special powers, and one of them is the strongest and he fights everybody even though the rest of them are too political to do it. But he gets his butt kicked. And he's like, what do I do? And so he transforms into a super fat cat. And then he gets adopted by this guy who like has awakened powers but didn't know about awakened society. And he teaches him about love and friendship. And then there's super cool fighting battles. Michael Ross says, I wasn't lying. No, I know. I did not expect this much. I'll have to go look at it and be like, oh, what's in here? Coding with Caleb, he's pretty roughed up, but he's entirely rational when it comes to who. I think you mean he isn't rational when it comes to who or when he fights. He just tries to fight everybody. But he has been hiding out. So yeah. Okay, I got this. Fails when ID. Updating with ID does not append a new entry. Yeah, that looks right. Fails when ID does not match an existing talk and lists the available IDs. Wait, this means you can't manually set the ID. You would like that. You would like that a lot. But yeah, that's fine. I think that's reasonable. As long as it's in the usage instructions. And if it's not, I can add it. You've got an extra end in you. There it is. Ooh, I'm gonna use that as a trick to find extra ends from now on. Okay, fails when the ID is an old ID. That looks right. Boop. Delete this. Delete this. Assert. Valid. File. Good. Yep. Delete that one. Delete that one. Finds event series from static event if not provided. That's one of my favorite features. Is you just pass the event and it's like, I know what my parent is. Yes, delete that. Yes, add that. Yes, delete that. Delete that. Update that. Delete that. Yay! I wonder if I can convince my family to go out to Hot Pot. I just want mushrooms in my broth. I tried Googling what was in it, and they were like, these are all of the different like ingredients that you've never heard of before, and it was like roots and mushrooms and everything else. If anybody is wondering, I'm talking about the herbal broth that you get at Hot Pot. I always want it when I'm sick. Micro says, yeah, you cannot set IDs manually anymore. They are also enforced now. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna run all the generator tests. This is a lot of churn. This is so much churn. No. 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 Here, let me maximize this and read these. Undefined local variable or method expected path. Haha. Where are you, expected path? Expected path. No, no more of this. File path. Schema validation failed for file path. Errors.map e.2each. I don't think we care about this. I think I just care about... Honestly, maybe I just care about like errors.map to message and then join. Yeah. KPQ says, I'd be rather pleased if I don't set IDs manually. Yeah, so like we have a bunch of like things around IDs and like how they should be set. because we use those IDs to connect the YAML files to the database entry. So yeah, we also use things like title and name and stuff like that. So there's a bit of like fuzzy stuff, but yeah. Yeah, the IDs are pretty important. I like this. This is good. Okay. Okay. Assert valid file. Yes. Save this. Tick mark. Run it. 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 Run. Maybe this is just like a 24-hour cold situation, and tomorrow I wake up and I'm like, yay, it's 5 a.m. I'm ready to go to the airport. Woohoo! Let's go. Vegas, baby. Test rates an explicit kind talk. No implicit conversion of hash into string. No implicit conversion of hash into string. No implicit conversion of hash into string. Let's go. Something must be wrong here. I'm gonna go through each of these. Do I want to go through each of these? Not really. I really just want to go through the ones that are broken. Writes an explicit kind talk that overrides a non-default classification. First, we create a destination route. Then, we run the generator. Okay. And we assert file path. Video's file path to content. Okay. Is this all of them? I'm gonna run just the talk generator tests. I'm gonna run just the talk generator tests. It's not all of them. It's just some of them. Assert valid file. Hang on. No, hang on. I'm gonna alt click. This is a successful one. I'm confident this is the structure that I want. This used to be assert file. I'm going to take this block and pass it to assert file. I'm going to take the file path and pass it. So file path message block. Message is nil. What if I omit message? Do you suddenly work? Errors equals static validator video validator classes dot flat map do validator validator new file path errors. Okay, that did not fix anything. Assert empty errors. Message errors dot map. Maybe it's this one. just 12. Okay. I didn't make it to the binding.irb. Maybe I'm gonna come up here. It is video validator classes. Okay, so I definitely make it to here. Static. Validators. Validator dot video validator classes. Okay, that is definitely an array. I did dot flat map. That I don't think is what I wanted to do. I wanted to iterate through all of them, I think. Hang on. What is flat map again? We went over this last time where it's like flatten. We did this last time with flatten, I remember this. Collect concat is an enumerable that applies a block to each element and concatenates the results into a single flat array. It is effectively equivalent to calling map followed by flatten, but is approximately 4.5 times faster because it avoids creating an intermediate array. Where's the thing? Where's the Ruby whatever thing? Ruby docs. No, the real ones. Language. Ruby programming language. Thank you. Thank you. Docs. Docs. 4.0. Flat map. I take an array. I call flat map. I have the element. Applies this to the element. Plus 100. Fandom Glitch says, hi, chill. How are things this week? I'm sick. I'm sick. And I'm sniffly. And I'm going to RubyConf tomorrow. And I feel kind of bad about it. Yeah, it could probably be better. Be better. Yeah. How are you this week? Okay. That feels like I did that right. Let me try. Dot flat underscore map. Let's do the little curly braces. Validator. And we'll just do validator dot class. No, you didn't like that. Is it class with 2 S's? Is it class? Oh, that's fine. Okay, so that worked. Okay, so we got validator dot new. And I'm just gonna pass in a file path that's empty. Okay, that looks right. I created a bunch of these. that exist. That feels good. Yep. Okay. I'm gonna call dot errors on it. It's an empty array. Phantom Glitch says, oh no, hope you're better soon. I'm gonna be lurking for today while I pack my flat up. Oh, are you moving? Oh, you talked about that, I think. I think I remember that. Okay. Let me think. Errors. It was fine with that. Is it one of the validators is not returning? One of them is returning an error, maybe? Maybe one of them is returning an error, and when it returns an error, that error is a hash and the flat map doesn't want to deal with it? Maybe? Maybe. What if instead of errors, I just do like array, hash, message. No. No, it's okay with that. Yeah, it does a good job of that. Then why are you the one that's biting that IRB? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna quit here and I'm gonna go to the other one. See, it fails here. Why do you fail here? Okay, it's speakers or talks. File.exist. No implicit conversion of hash into string. In speakers or talks. In file.exists. Wait, hang on, let me call that again and see what the file path was. That's the only thing I haven't looked at. Coding with Glitch says, no! Random Glitch says, I am moving back home this Friday. Yes. Got it. Well, that'll be nice. File path. Ah! 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 Ah? Why doesn't it do the thing? Why is it an array? Oh my gosh. I know what I did wrong. I know what I did wrong. I know what I did wrong. All of these say file path. They're just supposed to say videos. How many of these are wrong and how many of these are right? Yeah, it's just supposed to say that. I'll just tab. Yeah, delete that from all of them. Delete it from all of them. Yes, you. Do the thing that you're supposed to do. Yeah. Oh, that's pretty. Hang on, I'm gonna go remove all of the parentheses because it's really pretty without them. That was an angry meow. I bet you're not hearing this because I've got my like condenser microphone and it's pointed at me. Much better. And then let me go make sure that I've deleted the binding.irbs. Yeah, delete. Save it. Here we go. Clear. Oh, I'm only running 12. I wanted to run the whole file. I wanted to run the whole file. I'm not getting to the validate all in the event thing today. Well, and frankly, I should probably test that one on my other one. I was talking about this earlier, but I've got Gemma set up on my MacBook, but it's not quite smart enough to handle all of the transformations that I need to. Yeah, so I need to keep working on that. I'm thinking about trying... I can't decide between DevStroll and Quencoder, because Quencoder is a bit bigger. And the problem is Gemma's the only one I've been able to get set up and running, but if I set anything else up, then it fails. Okay, let me run generators. I'm gonna run all of them, then I'm gonna commit this. Then we get to make this modification to all of the other ones. Hi, Pearl. I know, meow. I'm cold. I want to go to bed. I want to eat hot pot. I don't think there's any hot pot. Well, I'm sure there's hot pot somewhere in Vegas, but I don't think there's any at the resort. I'm actually feeling a little less congested. It might just be you. Okay. Bundle execs, standard RB. Should just run it with fix. Got your tail. Aha! Is trailing white space. Good. Git commit -pm. And then what am I gonna say about this? I'm gonna say update videos talk generator with new standard and introduce new assert block. Now split. All right, let's look at this first one. Yes, I need to set up the new setup and teardown. This is talk generator. Love it. This one, it's all the same stuff. I'm just doing run generator, and now this is de-indented by all the same stuff. It looks good. So let's do yes. I'm gonna move a little bit faster now because we're just kind of like doing the same stuff. Yep, 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 yes, yes. The nice thing about this is we're no longer checking against the validators for files that are supposed to get standard errors. Assert videos file path content. What is this one? It's right before minimum lightning talk entry. And then this is the new, we do like an assert entry, an assert file, and then we do an assert valid file, and it just kind of merges all of that stuff together. Coding with Caleb says, have you seen this picture of my boss's cat? Real Caden vibes. All right, let me see. cutie. That cat's not fat enough to be Caden. I like this cat though. These are very fuzzy pillows. Is this at the office or just your boss at home posting a picture of this? Okay. This is Scott's house. Okay. Good. I am glad that the cat is home. I'm gonna add this to my notes. Boop, 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 boop. Oh yeah. Remove that. This custom asserts. Boop. Okay, so the pros is good. Isolated directories for each test run. Cons, it's a little hacky using setup to set the destination. Yes. Kim says, I wish we had an office cat. At my next review, I'll be asking for a cat to be part of my compensation package. Ooh, that sounds like a plan. Okay. That one's done. That's good to know. This one is driving me nuts. Let me get restore. Copy relative path. Has been cat not enough? No, more cats needed. Okay. Where am I? I'm doing venue. Yep, here's the talk generator test, and now I'm doing the venue generator test. There's my destination. Delete it. Get my talk. For yank yank. Put it. Down here. And if I remember correctly, the teardown is all the way at the end. Come in here. Put it. And I'm just gonna do this. There we go. Good. And I think what I've decided is that I like these better at the top, that way you have the context for what the heck is going on in here. Alright, now we're gonna go all the way to the bottom. Yes. Delete. Delete. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Go over here. Put it in. Delete. Delete. And we'll just go in here. Schema. Just use square bracket. Nope. Now what is this? Venue generator updates existing events coordinates. Does this run or is this skipped? Anyway, neither of these are necessary anymore. I'm gonna add that as an additional pro. Multiple files generated, all deleted at once. Perfect. Alright, venue generator test. Come in here. Assert valid file. Exactly. Yeah, and that's it. That's the only change. Hang on, did I fix that about the talk generator test? Okay, let me put the message back. And then let me go ahead and I'm gonna run all the tests while I go in here and update this. Alright, so I have this assert valid file, run generator, perfect. Perfect. That is absolutely perfect. Yes. And I don't think I even need the venue file path. No, this is actually... So this is kind of funny. I'm asserting it's a valid file for the event file path, but because it's just static validator schema and that like handles everything, it's just gonna assert it correctly. Yeah. Yeah, that's just gonna update it correctly. Okay, I can delete this. Assert valid file. Delete that. Venue with all optional flags off. Passes schema validation. We'll just do a quick little content check. Good. Assert valid file. Actually, I can just delete that. Delete that. Delete that. And then this becomes assert valid file. Yes. Good. Good. Yeah, that's perfect. And this is why I was kind of like, this is so much smaller of a change. But I don't think this one was actually using the new eliminate stuff. This feels so good. This feels so good. This code looks so nice. I'm so glad I went to that like random page and was like looking for a way to like call this on every single run. And Marco, I'm very glad for your gift. It's very, 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 very pretty. Why is it taking so long to run? Oh. Let's see. Test minimal venue without geocoder result. NAN is not of type number at coordinates latitude. NAN is not of type number at coordinates longitude. Expected this one. Minimal venue without geocoder result. Okay. Ooh, that's interesting. So I'm now asserting this is a valid file. And I don't want to assert that. I want to assert this as a file. And I expect the validator to be upset. Yeah. Well, and the point of this is that this is invalid. Note, this is intentionally invalid. We want them to supply coordinates. There we go. Perfect. Well, and now I'm like calling that out by not including the valid. So it's kind of like a hint. Okay, hang on. Yeah, so I have minimal venue without geocoder result. Venue with all flags passes schema validation. And it checks for all of that content. Venue with all optional flags off passes schema validation. Venue generator updates existing events coordinates. Yes! Ah, so good. Git commit -p --amend --no edit. And this is a yes. And then this is a Q. And then we do a git commit -pm update venue generator test to new standard. Yes. 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 See, this is such a clean diff. I like it a lot. Yeah. Good push. Alright, we're gonna go over here. And it's gonna be like, hey, I want to open this in Opera, which is my default. Then I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna open this here. Generator tests get a major refactor. All destinations are now unique temp directories, eliminating flakiness. Part of this valid assert valid file now checks static validators. I like it. And content. Closes. And then we have our all the way over here. Tick mark that down. We have our flaky chest and missing speakers, so this is going to close 1905 and 1899. 1905? 5. Wow, that's bad. Closes. $18.99. Yes. Good job, me. I'm gonna create the pull request. It's gonna run all my stuff. And then I'm gonna start at the bottom, go back up to the top, and add all of our new stuff. Thankfully, this one should just be like an easy grab it and go. Yeah, so we're gonna run this. Let me double check. Static validator. So right now I have event, I have series, I have speaker, I have video. I have involvement. Okay. So we're gonna need to make sure that all of these go in there. I was alphabetizing these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll just make it this. Because I know I want them. Yep. Just go ahead and make them and put schema in there. Let's do def self dot CFP validator classes. I'm sorry, what? Why did you add all these? Remove all that. I only wanted to add the CFP one, but do I have CFP validators? Or did you make those up? I don't see a CFP dates. I think you made up CFP dates. And I definitely think you made up CFP ID matches folder. Lovely. Alright, so we have our CFP validators. Why do these all have ats? Oh, they're supposed to. Yeah, they're supposed to. Okay. You just... def self dot venue validator classes. Don't love that. I just want you to add the one thing. I don't know why you're such self dot venue validator classes. Oh my god, Pearl, stop it! Oh. Why am I so slow at typing? At venue validators. I don't think that's real. I think you made that up. Plug Mechanica says, hello all! How are you? I'm sick and I'm going to RubyConf tomorrow at the crack of dawn. I'm gonna wear a mask. I still question whether or not I should knowingly go to RubyConf sick, and if I should knowingly go down the airplane sick. I'm gonna do it though, because I really want to go. And I've done all this prep and everything else, so like, I want to go. Validator.venue validator classes. to be venue validator classes, or could I just do venue classes? Venue validations. It's just very long. Oh, Mechanicus says, oh, I'm sorry for you. Hope you get the strength from somewhere. Me too. Talk generator. Yep, that's good. Sponsors. Start at the bottom. Put it right here. Megarod says RubyConf is gonna be sick. Okay. So, Robbie Russell posted this like blue sky message where he was just like, RubyConf is gonna be in Las Vegas in July. And I remember replying it to be like, it's gonna be so hot. But I said it like it was the slang thing. Anyway, I thought it was funny. But yeah, it's gonna be sick. I really don't want to get anybody sick. Alright, so now instead of this, oh, this is gonna be super clean. Oh my god, this is gonna be so clean. This is gonna be so clean because all I have to do is change the assert valid file because we already removed all the eliminated. I was sitting here thinking that we were gonna have to remove all of the eliminated and stuff, and I was like, no, I don't want to. It's gonna take ages and blah blah blah. Nah, this is gonna be so easy. Yes. I bet the robot can handle this one. Yeah, valid. Yeah, and delete. Valid. And delete. Okay, let me go to the top and go down. It tends to do better with that. Valid and delete. Valid and delete. Valid and delete. I do think it's funny that it handles top to bottom better than it does the other direction. Yeah! We did it! We did it! We did it! Hooray! Yeah, we did it. Just pretend it don't exist. Yes! No, where did you go? Yes! So annoying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5! 6 lines! Put them there! I'm just gonna go ahead and make these. We're not gonna use all of them right now. I'm just gonna go ahead and make them. And then we'll go through and it'll be nice. It'll be real nice. It'll actually be real nice. No! Come back! This one. Okay, sponsor. No, schedule. Schedule. That's right, schedule. Where am I going? You're going to this one. Wow, I'm in trouble. Def self dot schedule validator classes. No, it keeps going crazy. I just want like something simple. Def self dot schedule validator classes. Yeah. No. Why do you keep doing this? You. Where did the freaking schedule go? This is dumb. I don't know why I'm doing this. This is so dumb. All I have to do is come down here and be like, how many lines is this? It's like 6 lines. Okay, I'm taking all of them. I'm pasting this here. I'm just gonna put schedule here. That's so much faster than I was trying to do before. Okay. Here's this one. I need to grab this one. This is like what? 7 lines? Paste. That was incorrect. 8 lines? 9 lines. 9 lines. 9 lines? That was incorrect. 8 lines. God. One day I'm gonna learn to count. What? Where did it go? 8. Yank, yank. Oh. There we go. Delete, delete. Yeah, schedule validator classes. Delete all this. Don't need any of this stuff. Nope. Okay, now I'm gonna go to the top because as we saw, it works better top to bottom. There is no top. Okay. There's no top. It's just the one. It's just the one. All right, let me save that. I really gotta. We gotta do another pass of the schedule situation. That looks good. I'm happy with that. We'll go over, skip the newsletter, close this. Involvements already has one, and we weren't gonna catch him, I don't think. No, we weren't. Let me grab 8. I'm just gonna delete all of this. I don't need any of it. Go to the top. Okay. Assert valid file. And then delete those lines. Yep. Yeah. Good job. Oh, yes. Yes. No! Valid file. Add robot. No. Assert valid file. Yeah, and then delete those. Okay. Yes. 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 Excellent. Wait. Involvements, validator classes. Okay, good. Event generator. Yay. Poga Mechanica says, I created a tool which allows my classmates to simulate and calculate which projects they need to get certain certifications. Super pretty. Really liked how it turned out. GitHub.com, Poga Mechanica 42 calculator. And guess what? Actually, I didn't start from the repo. It's all open source. I worked from an existing one already. Each node are projects. I saw the Discord notification. But yeah, that sounds fun. I like that. That's cool. The whole cert thing is like really, yeah. Really legit. As like a use case. And it's kind of hard for people to like remember all of the certs that they need. And which classes to take them. I don't know. I feel like a lot of technology is like one person figured this out and everybody else gets to benefit. Okay. Whew. We're gonna go all the way to the top. We're gonna go to this. Valid file. To delete. valid file. Hey, Kafka, it's good to see you. Bug Mechanica says, I was thinking, even like if you've done certain projects in my school, you can already claim some certificates, and simulating this gives you a perspective on what you were strong on and what you can train more. I like that. That's a good point. Kafka says, hey, chill. Hey, Kafka. Thank you so much for the resubscription. Okay. Don't need this. Get out of here. Yes. Magnificent. All right, here's the CFP one. Yank, yank, yank. P. P. What? Come over here. I click here. I say 8, yank, yank. I come back here. I did pee. Good. Oh, I want to watch Jurassic Park. There we go. All the way up to the top. Okay. Yes. Perfect. Perfect. No! This one! This one gets deleted! Good. Yes. The thing I really like about this new assert situation and like making the assert block that passes to assert file is that I actually wanted to check that each of these intermediate steps were valid, but it would be annoying to be like validate, validate, validate. This just naturally handles it. Okay. Let's run all of the tests and everything will break! Yay! Ta-da! I thought I made this. I thought there was one already. Oh, is it involvement? Again, most of them were successful. That's actually pretty good. That's actually really good. And look, 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 look. One character. Boom. Poga Mechanica says, let's break! Is that like in football when they like run and they go do the thing? And they're like, let's go! Break! We got a plan! Everybody run and go do it! I wonder if this is that event one. There's like one event test where it gets all... No, I don't think it's the event one because it's just one test that's really slow. Maybe it's the schedule. There's only one schedule test and it does a lot of logic. Like it gets all of the videos and then it goes through the videos and like builds a schedule based on that. So maybe that's the one. Anyway. Those all passed. Git commit -pm. Beautiful new space. Beautiful new assert valid file in classes for each whatever the thing is. Validator methods for each class. Okay, assert file CFP, yes. Look how clean this diff is too. Like this is so pretty. This is so good. I like it a lot. Okay, CFP, CFP, CFP. Yes. Yes. Does anybody ever feel like when you're about to sneeze, if you pick up a tissue, like all of a sudden you don't? This is the straight bar says, "It's Dad, take your kids to the playground day." Hi. You know, you can take them to the playground, but you can also, I can show you where the paint is, and you can get some rocks and let them paint rocks. I promise you they will love painting rocks. Are you at the playground? Let me see. Mechanic kisses. What about cousin visiting day? Is it cousin visiting day for you? I'm gonna maps. The pants are here. Oh, you took them to the fun park. Okay. Lifts is already at the park. Oh, Lifts, this is part of the reason I want to throw away the pool, is because we could just take them to that park in the splash pad. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. I should be double checking some of this stuff. Sponsor. Yes. Venue. Yes. Perfect. Get push. I want to do the Copilot code review because the things is like... My girl says, is there a park that isn't fun? Some of them. So like, for the kids at least, like... going to like a walking park is not as fun, but this park that he's taken them to is like right next to a Montessori school, and it's got like musical instruments and all sorts of wacky swings, and it's got like a rock climbing wall, and it's got a big splash pad. And the splash pad is why I'm kind of like, we can just toss the pool. I think we've gotten like our $50 of value out of it. Okay. And we can just take him to the splash pad. Oh, what is this? Okay, what was this? Checks. Blint. I mean, I've probably read this since then. Schedule file path. Oh. Yeah, I think that's true too. This is straight bar says, a park with no trees or shade cloth. That's not fun. Yeah, but this particular park is like the best park in our area for the kids. It's also got a fence, so we can just like let them go free. Oh no, it's been a while since I ran standard RB. Oh, please work, please work, please work. No! Lint fixes. Okay. Go! Get out of here. I am pushing you out of the house and up to the cloud. Mechanica says, I wish my cousins now are out of the country for vacation, went from Paris to Korea. Since we live 15 minutes away, I see them often, although not lately. Aww. You'll have to wait for them to come back. Let me go over here. I did not expect the flaky test fixes to take this long. I'm gonna be like fully real here. I thought the flaky test fixes were gonna be like, here's this quick little 10-minute thing and then we'll get on to something else. And then I thought I would be like, oh, you know, this was just like 3 hours, but this is good. This is good. This is all going in the talk. So like, y'all know that I've been doing a lot of work with generators, and part of the reason for that is I can't spell. Is because at Rails World I'm actually doing a talk about the generators. Where is it? Where's my face? Are we ordered alphabetically? Yes, we are. So this is all about custom Rails generators and Ruby events. So like everything that I've been doing on stream is gonna show up in this talk. And so I think that this one was like really good. And like, it's all going in there. And I think that like using the temptors in this way is nice. I also agree with Marco that there's probably a better way to do this. Like, taking the ugly hacky code and putting it in Rails itself so that we're not having to do it. But yeah. Yeah. That should just be like part of it, I think. Yeah. Anyway. So yeah, that's what I think. That's what I'm up to. That's what I want to do. It should be good. Okay, let's go back over here. We still gotta wait for all this stuff to run. This was a lot of commits. Do you want to review all the changes we made? So we added these new methods to our validator. And of course, at some point, we're gonna have to go into the bin lint and validate all stuff. We're gonna have to use these. We reordered the involvement validator. Alright, now if we come down here, instead of doing destination, Rails root join, temp generator, CFT, what we now do is we use a setup, and this setup is gonna make a temp directory for every single generator call. It's gonna be real nice. It's gonna be real clean. It's gonna be real pretty. And then in teardown, it's gonna remove it. For all of these, instead of using this eliminate validated file in order to delete our files, we just don't need that anymore. So we don't use it. For this assert file, we now have an assert valid file. This assert valid file, if we go all the way to the bottom, is going to check that content against all of the static validators for that CFP validator class. It's going to make sure we didn't have any error messages, and then it's going to do the content check against the file message in the block. We did the same thing over here to event generator. In this case, we already had a setup and a teardown because we needed it for geocoder. We're going to do it for all of those. Then we come over here to involvements, setup and teardown, do it for all of these. And yeah, we just repeated that exact same pattern for all of these. And it's a nice pattern. It's very pretty. Mechanica says, By the way, remember I once discovered there was a bug with the scaffolding generators when using Tailwind where it would generate incorrectly and links to the resources, if any, were given and you were using a namespace, but without TypeScript it worked? I wonder if that got fixed. I can't even remember if I published it. I'll put it in my bucket list. Please share the recording if there will be one. So much interested, or actually no need. I can just filter your name on the Ruby Events app. So, I have recently started streaming to both Twitch and YouTube. So the entirety of this stream will be going up on YouTube. One of the things you may have noticed me do today was I was sitting here creating this like description with like the mktmpdir and the custom asserts and the tests and everything. Yeah. I'm gonna paste this into the YouTube description so you can have references to all the stuff we did today. PR. Yeah, part of the reason I'm doing that is because it makes my life easier, because it's easier for me to remember things and keep track of everything. But also, it's gonna go in the description. There we go. Come back over here. Paste it. Does anybody want to name the YouTube video? I'm open to suggestions. You have until the stream ends, and the stream ends when the Docker image successfully completes and I merge this. Get your opinions in now. I'm gonna like go get a snack and I'm gonna lay down. It finished! Squash and merge. Squash and merge. Yay! Manually deleted. Delete the branch. Beautiful. I'm so happy. That was so lovely, and I think it's much better. I'm gonna roll credits. Margaret says building sick generators or building generators sick. I like building sick generators. I think that's a cute one. I like it a lot. The credits are going to be super slow. I've been thinking about this a lot. So it's really hard to read the credits because they're like white and they're going over like all of this white stuff all over my desk. Been trying to think about it, like what it should be and what it should look like. Here we go. I want to welcome our new followers to the community. Idlisar, Petus 2002, The Avenger PT, and Hanatik, who's been here for a while. Kafka 25, thank you so much for the 5-month resubscription. Thank you for moderating. Lives with a straight bar, and Anakim Luke, and keeping everything friendly. I appreciate you all, and I'm not gonna go through like the raid process with you all here because yeah, I don't have the ability to raid people on YouTube. So instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna end the stream. I've had a lovely time with all of you. Go check out Ruby Events if you're so inclined. And oh, I gotta click it.